could consider. That was one of the proposed. Two of the small versions. There's question or comment to cut it out. That
I would not think I have to.
questions.
Yeah, we had. We never had a problem. We always. But the last time we did it for this topic, and that was a public trust, and we had standing all that stuff, but it was. But yeah, we never thought about trying to.
Well, and again, I just thought of that. I never really tried to compare two words together. But I'll test that out. See, so that way you don't have to, you have the ceiling like that.
Yeah.
You don't have to deal
and it should take you back to live. And it's
So we're running we've created our own custom form, basically forming a customer of their pyramid negotiator. That's just the we also run where
Russell.
I know for a fact that it's we have no obligation. Well, this is a problem. We're having to like we do inform where our site find out probably the virus. Yeah. I don't know if there's a solution to that. There's been a few times we have contacted live programs.
Oh, no.
I know the liability, but like, for me, I'm not speaking, that's why I'm working with like shade and that's that. And we had to figure one of the ones we should have that was a nursing home right now.
Yeah, to do that, then I can see if there's some ways to add some of those. That's the, well, I need someone to watch that piece. We have more people on.
Right.
We don't get.
Which generally is.
I'm gonna actually.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that's good to know because there's been some situations like I'm one right now.
Yeah.
There's one that's
Well, it's actually.
it's inexpensive.
It's stored as a liquid.
So it's a facility that has some.
I know it's probably that question,
Massive that.
LPG look like. Look like petroleum gas.
It's in an area
It's
where
a
it's
grill.
semi.
In most applications, it's used.
It's in that area.
Gas. It's J from.
Yeah.
Forklifts.
In my opinion,
that run
we wrote
on the side.
So just because
everything else.
we did not find a hearing for this question. State Farm was that letter. We did some information. And so they identified.
It's not Jake's on.
Oh, Jake's on
Did you see it? But there's nothing required by us on the AHA.
I didn't have Jake.
I told my staff, they're very short. But it's still enough. Right, correct.
Sorry, first, so the first truck.
That was our impression, is that it's a small facility, it's enough to, like, so you know, that area.
Check out this way, drive over.
And it's just, yeah,
This is right below, it's like. This.
What anyway?
So I pulled it and. I think they just have that design. It's a little bit.
And it's above it.
That's fine. Like technically it says permanent only, but every time I do that,
That's what I'm saying.
I've never had an issue.
Yeah, anyway,
So that's really.
Now, that's the session.
Hey, I'll try
And I. That's good to know that. And with that being impairments, that's impairment is key. We have another. So situations like that, we use a non-disclosure.
All right, folks, let's call this to order. I know everyone, thank you now for day 3. I was hoping we wouldn't have to do this, right? But I'm also going to tell you that I hope that we're done by lunch. We do not have lunch scheduled. So we'll be happy to reimburse those of you traveling who want to do per diem for that. Hopefully, we can tie this up before we get to that point, right? So we have I'm going to go ahead and have Diana call the roll. We do have one substitution which she can address. Thank you.
Senator Blue. Here. Chad Bristow.
Here.
Danielle Burke. Here. Kylie Childs. Here. Brian Cobbs. Sharon Dickrop.
Here.
Mark Ingholm.
Here.
It would be Stephen Winstead.
Here.
Jane Huesman. Here. Robert Hutchison.
Here.
Robert Labram.
Chris, here.
Sorry. Jeff Lane. Will Lawrence. Chad Mager.
Yes.
Representative Milton.
She was here.
Jake Miller. Jack Poole.
Here.
Megan Shreve. Here. Jennifer Manuel. Here. And Larry Vanderweb.
Here. All right. So Stephen is standing in place of Dustin, who had the family emergency and death. Just in case anyone has any questions or that sort of area. So this is going to be a little different today for all of those of you who are online and even the folks here. Obviously, we have a lot more folks that are remote today than we've had in the past. So I'm going to ask that if you want to speak and you're remote, please raise your hand on Teams. And then I'm going to ask the rest of you guys to help me kind of keep an eye on that so that if we see a hand raised, you bring my attention to it. So if I miss it, because I want to make sure that there's still that, I think it's been in this virtual environment. All right. All right. RP10, we have a motion to table this until the beginning of today. The current motion on the floor for this, just so everyone's on the same page, was made by Kylie. That motion that is standing right now would, you have the motion to restate for us so that I'm clear?
To table it,
No,
the
the,
original motion.
no, the motion, the original motion, that, do you have it?
Yes.
Kylie, thank you.
So it would be under 901.6.1 in the exceptions removing that entirely, as well as removing 706.1.1 testing qualifications entirely.
But otherwise adopt.
Yes.
Okay, and who was the second on that, just so I'm trying to remember?
Megan.
Megan was, okay. Just trying to make sure that I'm tracking on that. Thank you, Megan. All right, so that we're back to discussion on that motion. Jane,
We did talk about some wordsmithing of the first exception paragraph.
yes, we've got that down in the notes to do some wordsmithing on that. Yep. Kylie.
I just want to ask a clarifying question, just to make sure I'm understanding correctly. When you're talking about inspections, this is everything that the fire marshal's office is going into related to this, anytime you're going in for an inspection? What's the scope of the facilities?
The scope of facilities would be every facility where people live, work, or gather for any purpose in the state, with the exception of buildings used wholly as one or two family residences. Yeah. Okay, Kylie.
I have a procedural question, maybe the lawyers can possibly help us with. So with this whole package, once we're done with everything, it has to get legislative ratification, correct?
Eventually,
Eventually.
yes. I mean, it's what this committee does, this task force does is make recommendations to the fire marshal's office. They can submit ultimately what they deem to be appropriate into the regulatory process. Before it can become law, then legislative ratification will be required.
And is legislative ratification just an up-down vote, or do they need to go in doing amendments and rescinding?
Unfortunately, it's not entirely clear what the actual ratification process is. It's not even clear if the governor would have to sign off on it, or if the two houses approving it would be sufficient. But in discussions with the revisor's office, it's likely that whatever is submitted to them would be either ratified or not. But once it gets to the legislature, if they decide to undertake the amendment process, I don't know what would stop that. The senator may be able to speak if she has other ideas about how ratification is discussed within the state house, but it's not entirely clear from the statute what it actually looks like.
Oh, thank you. Stephen.
Well,
Oh, I'm sorry. Stephen, would you mind if Senator Blue responded to that question? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say what we've done so far on the ones that are where the economic impact has been over $1 million. It's kind of been backwards, because what's happened is all we are passing is, like, in statute, we won't see this language verbatim. What we're going to see is that the governor, or that the office of attorney, that the office of the fire marshal is trying to pass regulations.
Increase costs and, reduce workforce availability. I think when we talk about costs, looking from my standpoint, underfunding is a big concern from ours. We've also spent a really considerable amount of time discussing the importance of not creating unnecessary barriers for rural Kansas. Evaluate this proposal through that same lens that we seem to have consistent on all of the other proposals and packages we've looked at.
Yeah, so obviously.
Stephen, do you wish to?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay.
So
Megan,
obviously,
you got your hand still up. You good? Okay. Stephen?
So obviously, with rural Kansas, I don't want to set an equity claim. I don't want to say that safety is less important for this section of the state than it is for that section. Specifically, what we found in the field too is, and I'll harken back, 2021, there was a study done at the University of Maryland. They went through the buildings and they inspected 170,000 fire dampers. Do you know how many they found that were non-compliant or non-functioning? They found 53% of those were not functioning. So look at the study in the paper and go, when is 53% appropriate in a fire life safety event? Also, I work around the country with different contractors. I've been in the field and installed these, inspected them myself for over 15 years. And I would say on the buildings that I have seen personally, and I know that's anecdotal, it's a 50% fail rate. So God forbid if fire does happen, when that smoke does happen and those fail, you have a big smoke problem. I'm working currently in Montana with this. We have a contractor that has 4 large hospitals out there. They're finding 60%. I can harken back to in Washington where a contractor that was uncertified, because this is passed in the state of Washington, a contractor that was uncertified was inspecting a building over its 15-year lifespan, and every 4 years. They changed that contract to a certified inspection contractor, and they found that it only didn't have just 80 fire smoke dampers. It had over 150. Install it, they were gravity dampers, so that means that it takes gravity. They were actually installed upside down. So during that whole process, they inspected it over 3 times, and they found that it was pencil whip saying, yes, this works. So I know a lot of these stories are from our contractors or anecdotal, but and when that fire does hit, we don't want it to be a big issue, and we want to make sure we save lives in that sense.
Thank you,
So
Stephen.
hopefully that.
Yep, thank you. Larry?
Yes, I think to follow up on Megan's question though, when you give those percentages of failing of dampers, were those, I guess both to you, Stephen, but also to the Office of State Fire Marshal and their inspections, and even firefighters in the room, when you're seeing failures of that, have they truly been inspected, or is a failing of inspection? Because that's kind of what we're talking about. If what we're contending is that, in our hospitals, nursing homes, other facilities, those who are supposed to be qualified to do the inspections, you're contending that they're not appropriately trained to do those inspections. And I guess the question is it truly that they're not qualified, or is it because the dampers aren't being inspected by anybody, qualified or otherwise? I think those are 2 different things that we need to tease out, I guess, because if those that are inspected are truly okay and working, and the problem area is that things truly the problem really is the lack of inspection. Well, that's a whole different situation than that maybe needs a different solution, or maybe there is no solution to that if people just totally choose not to inspect. Sorry, that was long.
No, thank you, Larry. Jack?
Yes, I want to go back. Question for Stephen. Are your people qualified to test the smoke detector that's required to initiate the operation of a smoke damper?
That's a 2-sided question, because not all fire smoke dampers work off of electrical actuators that fire off of a fire signal. A lot of them most of them in the country are gravity fed that use a fusible link that'll melt at a certain temperature. To answer the part of the technicians are not trained for fire smoke. That would be for fire smoke detector discipline. But in most buildings, those fire smoke detectors don't send a signal. A lot of them are gravity fed they have a fusible link in them.
Jamie, you allow Jack to, okay, go ahead.
So just to clarify, what I understood you to just say is a smoke damper is controlled by a fusible link. That's not correct. It won't close because smoke cannot always be hot. So, and I guess more importantly, help me understand the difference of a qualified person that's required by NFPA 80 and 105 of why this is different. I mean, I hate to be blunt, but it appears to me we have the union trying to say, hey, we need to have this certification because it's driving more work through union type people to do this effort, when the code is very clear about the qualified person, and ultimately the level of qualification is approved by the fire code official or the fire marshal. I don't understand. Can you help me understand the differences?
Stephen, would you like to respond?
Yeah, absolutely. And I apologize for misspeaking earlier. I understand when we talk about fire smoke damper, combination fire smoke damper get mixed up between the 2. So I understand where you're coming from exactly on the smoke damper. Most of the time it conveys cold smoke through that ductwork. So I apologize for that when I misspoke. Specifically, no, this isn't a union problem. This isn't a non-union problem. This isn't a drumming up work problem. It's a problem across the country. That's the problem we're seeing. We're seeing these fire life safety devices that aren't functioning and they're not working. To me, that's a non-issue. That's a fire issue. That's not a union issue, a non-union issue. Who gets work, who doesn't get work? It's these fire life safety devices in buildings are not functioning.
Jane?
And a qualified individual does the training and reads through. So a lot of these people that are unqualified don't even know what NFPA is, don't even know what NFPA 105 is. Our curriculum spells out NFPA 105 goes over the maintenance side of it, goes over the inspections. We also offer hands-on. So we have damper walls with different combination fire smoke dampers that we train on. We have our technicians go in and remove those things, put them in, inspect them, make sure there's access, make sure it's tagged correctly. So that's where our qualified individuals are doing this. And the statistics show, especially with the 2021 University of Maryland study, that this is an issue not only in Maryland, but across the country. And regardless of drumming up work, which I don't know where that comment comes from, it's a fire life safety issue. If 50% of the sprinkler heads in the building you were in weren't working right now, that's a big issue.
Right, Jane?
And it's smoke. Sorry.
Well,
Oh, go ahead.
I just would offer to the group that, when the new buildings or a renovated building is put in place and it has fire smoke dampers in it, there is an inspection that happens at the beginning to make sure that that is all working at the get-go. And then the code as we're talking about without the amendment would request that there was a qualified inspector every 4 years after that. And we haven't had that in the past. So I think we're already, without the extra amendment for the training, we're already improving the situation over what's been happening today. And I don't think it's as dire of a concern as what we're hearing, because you do get that initial inspection when there's any on it. And then you also are adding this every 4-year inspection by a qualified inspector and take place without needing this extra certification.
Megan?
Sure. I just want to get on record that I definitely don't question that safety is important. I think all of us in the room are here for that same reason, and that's what we've been appointed with and tasked with. I think my question is whether this specific amendment has been shown to improve that life safety beyond our current requirements, which from what I've heard from the State Fire Marshal's office, we are not trying to solve a problem with this amendment. That's been made very clear. We don't currently have a problem. And so does that amendment then benefit outweigh the potential impact on workforce, our rural communities, and the costs? And I know I mentioned some of that too. So I think we just need to think bigger picture why we're here as a task force, and what our job is to do.
Jake?
And I was just gonna respond to a couple of these here. I mean, to Jack's point about getting union work, I mean, there's no question that a 5-year apprenticeship program through a union is gonna be more qualified than the qualified person that we're leaving open-ended, as we said yesterday, driving a truck there. There's no question you're gonna be a more qualified person under a 5-year apprenticeship than that. That's almost like me saying I have a law degree, so now I'm an engineer, because I went to school a long time. So I'm gonna disagree with that one. But to those points, Jack said yesterday when we were talking about the mobile food trucks with the 10 feet spacing, right? No one said that was a problem. No one said that was an issue. And what resonated with me on why I supported that amendment was he said, why are we delaying this? Why are we doing this? Someone's gonna die, and that's on our hands. If we pass this without someone who's qualified, and it comes back a year from now that a fire smoke damper failed because we're just making up this qualification of what a fire code official believes is a qualified person, and someone dies, that's the same that's the same exact thing that he said yesterday on if a food truck blows up. So I just want to be on record of that.
Okay, hold on. Will?
I have a question going back to Amanda on something yesterday. You were talking about, it's like there were times you can go into a facility and you would find dampers that they didn't know weren't there. Do you know, like, did they have inspections that were on paper where they had inspections of fire dampers and they were missed, or do they just not have inspections because they didn't know they were there? I'm just kind of curious of how that scenario happens.
So there are, obviously, we know that the infrastructure within the state, there are a lot of buildings that are 50, 60, 70 years old. And back then, the requirements for what needs to be documented on a construction set has changed greatly. And so even if you were to go back to old blueprints of an original build, oftentimes it's not going to identify the location of where a damper is. And so oftentimes, I'll use Board of Regents, for example, they are aware that there are dampers throughout, but some of them are hidden, behind glass, plaster walls, whatever the case may be. Or in the case of they don't even know where they're at, they can't find them, they don't see them, but they know that they exist, within the facility, because obviously they have rated features. And so oftentimes that is something that we do run into, is that we ask them, do you have, fire dampers in your facility? And the answer is, well, most likely yes, but they don't know where they're at and they can't see them. But there's also instances where we will be walking through and we will be like, hey, you're looking up here and you're in a mechanical space and you're like, okay, here's this damper. And when we point that out to them, we then, as we go through facilities, we will continue to point them out if there are additional, but we will say, okay, you need to service this. And we identify that because we don't have record of it. So as we find them, we do identify them. And then they do have to, contact somebody to come out to do the service. And they have to provide us with the invoice, the service receipt, whatever the case may be, the inspection report for that damper. And so as we do find them, we notify them of them. But, there are cases where they may not know where they're at.
All right,
Can I ask a follow-up question?
yes, go ahead.
So does that get into an issue of qualified people coming in to do the search and find these things? And I'm just it seems like an issue to me that they know they're there, but they don't know where they're at, don't know if they're functioning, then it seems like an issue. So I guess my question in that is that because of a qualification issue? They're not bringing in people who know how to find these things, or is it just truly because the buildings are old that even a qualified person, what we're talking about, would?
It would require extensive demolition to building walls to be able to achieve that. For anybody, of any qualification.
So just so I know we're not all in the same room, so just want to let you know who I have lined up to speak. I have Stephen next, then Jane, then I have Jack, and then I have Larry, just so you know that I am tracking on that. Stephen.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk back to, obviously this is the first time the state's going to be bringing this up to a newer fire code with these NFPA 80 and 105 inspections. So to say like, hey, we're finding a problem or there's not a problem, we haven't been inspected. This hasn't been a requirement for the state. So how do you know if there's an issue? And the reasoning is around the country, I'd say 85% of the country adopts a newer code that they've had this NFPA 80 and 105 requirement for over 20 years. And the reason we bring these qualifications in is because with just NFPA 80 and 105 stating a qualified individual, which that qualified individual is with knowledge and understanding of operating components of the type assembly being tested and the system which is installed. For us, we've seen in the last 20 years with just NFPA 80 and 105 requirement that we're finding still a 50% failure rate. We're finding these buildings that aren't safe. So that's what I'm saying is we're taking a code that's never done it, we're bringing it up to NFPA saying, hey, now we have NFPA 80 and 105, this is the end all be all. Like, no, we're still gonna have issues because we haven't been inspecting ever. So that's something I just wanted to clarify on that end.
All right, thank you, Stephen. Jane?
I would just suggest that the level of inspection that we're adding with the baseline code is still an improvement over what we've been doing today, and that we ought to try that. And if we're having problems, then maybe later you can always add an extra layer of certification for the inspections, but we haven't even tried to make the improvements that are achievable with the baseline language that we have. And so I think that without having the extra certifications that are in this 706.1.1, we would see a big improvement across the state because it doesn't put extra burden on all of our rural communities. I do think all the buildings to be safer. We're all on the same page with trying to make sure the buildings are safe and safer than they have been. And I think that the of having the extra certification for the smaller communities seems like a problem.
Thank you. Jack?
I go back to the whole point of discussion, and it's not new because 80 was adopted and referenced as part of the 206 code. So it's not new. They should have been always doing inspections. And the fact that we hear all this discussion about failure rates, it's not because they were using unqualified people. We heard that from Amanda yesterday. Not a single one of the that she saw did they reject because the person doing the testing was not qualified. And the codes are clear about the level of qualification. It says possession, a recognized degree, a certificated person, a professional standing, and people knowledge and experience with training. And that's got to be approved by the fire code official. So I think we're there. Adding these additional requirements are going to cost more. It's going to be more burden to the facilities. And I think we're there. It's not broke. We don't need to fix it. Thank you.
Larry?
Similar, it's kind of a question for Amanda, knowing that hospitals have already had this requirement through NFPA 80 and 105. You know, any of the surveys of hospitals or any of yours, and are you seeing that hospitals, they may say they're qualified, are you finding that they're truly not qualified based on the evidence they're providing?
No, usually they have even certifications from NFPA 80 itself that state that they've sat through their course for fire damper and fire door testing.
Kylie?
So last night I went to try and look and see, okay, if I'm one of my providers that needs to go find somebody that has a certification, how am I gonna find that? There is no centralized list other than if you go to ICB, it's a private list, you have to reach out to them, ask them how to get in touch with that list. Hopefully they have enough people in that area that can serve out to you. We talked about rural tax yesterday. So what's the mileage and all the additional costs that are gonna be put on my rural facilities? And I'm not talking, hey, it's Garden City, Dodge City, that's a metropolis out in western Kansas. I'm talking about Buckland, Kansas, Hugoton, Kansas, Greeley County. So where my provider is the largest thing, that business in that community. If they cannot even find somebody, then we're getting into less safe because now we don't even have somebody coming out and looking at them in the first place. They've got a qualified person they've identified already. Now that person no longer qualifies. They're not looking at it. We have delayed compliance. These things are less safe. Delayed compliance, this is still with CMS. So even though we've said nursing homes are excluded from this, hospitals are excluded from this, CMS has conditions of participation for these providers that say you have to comply with all local, state, and federal laws, regulations, rules. So since this is more strict, we will now have to be subject and survey to that. Well then, delayed compliance, you don't have that checked or certified, that results in an IJ. Then you get a CMP, which is a fine, and we're not addressing the underlying root of we want these things checked and we want them to be safe. It will worsen the issue. It will be an unintended consequence in our rural areas. So I would ask for support on the amendment to remove it.
Robert?
Thank you. I just wanted to expand on Jane's comment about we're raising the floor definitely in the fire code as a whole, and paired with comments that Amanda made yesterday several times, that something your office does very well is engage and educate local authorities. When you identify a problem, even if it's not in code, you talk to them about what the needs are, you talk to them about how they can do better, even if they don't have to yet. And there's a lot of areas where you're already doing that, you're doing it well, so that care in a lot of the areas is higher than the code says it has to be. So that can be, this is an area where there could be education. Local municipalities could choose to apply a certification standard. And if that proves to be a general improvement, then that's kind of a good lab experiment situation for consideration of a stateful, a big stateful change in that area.
Thank you. Stephen, you had your hand up.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to clarify, I appreciate the comments, but if you do go on that ICD website, it's not behind a paywall or anything like that. You could be a certified technician or contractors in the area. Just wanted to clarify on that.
Chad, I just want to point out that, as Jack has alluded to, NFPA 80 is a national consensus standard that is accepted nationwide. And if it's, to James' point, if it's already setting a minimum standard, to not cause the undue burden that's being talked about, why are we not just going to go with NFPA 80? And I 100% agree with some of the comments that have been made, that is this a qualification issue or is this a lack of inspection? If we identify that these inspections need to be done and NFPA 80 addresses bare minimum qualifications for this, where's the issue?
Any further discussion on the motions?
Right, so the motion is taking out the definition of inspector, and then it is removing number 2 with the exceptions entirely. Is that correct?
It's just removing the new testing qualifications of 706.1.1. So it would refer back to the qualified person that's NFPA 80 and 105.
But exceptions 1 and 2 are both still being in there?
No.
1 is in there too.
Okay, all right, just to make sure I understood the motion.
Is everyone clear on what the motion includes? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
The chair, the motion passes. All right, moving on. Let's go ahead. That was quite the, I really appreciate all the input and on this last issue, and I know that was a lot. Let's go ahead and take 10 to allow our staff to kind of reset. And I believe we're going to be going into propane next. Yes, the exciting world of propane. So let's come back in, please, at 9:50.
One for you. So what did you eat last night?
do the feed. All right, let's go ahead and call this back to order. And I'm going to ask Molly Misaki to come forward and present RP 13 for us.
Get this over to the right screen there. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to talk with you guys about RP 13 for propanes and fuels. We good?
Might pull the mic down a little bit. It looks like it's there for Wyatt.
It absolutely was there for somebody, you know, why it's tight. I was just, you know, pretending that was gonna be good enough. The recommendation before you today is to adopt the proposed Kansas amendments to chapters 27 and 61 of the International Fire Code. These chapters address flammable and combustible liquids, liquefied petroleum gas. Primary purpose of this proposal is to bring together requirements that already exist in Kansas law, Kansas regulations, state fire marshal requirements, and nationally recognized into one consistent code document. Today, these requirements are spread across different sources. For LP gas or liquefied petroleum gas alone, applicable requirements may be found in the Kansas Propane Safety and Licensing Act, the Kansas Propane Education and Research Act, state fire marshal regulations, NFPA 58 for liquefied petroleum gas code. Flammable and combustible liquid requirements also involve NFPA 30, the flammable and combustible liquids code, NFPA 30A, the code for motor fuel dispensing facilities and repair garages, as well as Kansas environmental requirements administered by KDHE. The proposal does not substantially change current regulatory practices or operational requirements. Instead, it relocates and organizes many of those existing requirements within the International Fire Code so they can be more easily referenced, administered, and enforced consistently throughout the state of Kansas. There are several different components to this proposal. The amendments clarify review and construction documentation requirements for certain flammable liquid and LP gas installations. The proposal coordinates the fire code with KDHE requirements for underground storage tanks. And the amendments establish more detailed LP gas installation and operational requirements. So if you go to Appendix A, there are many pages of Appendix A. I'm not going through each individual, change in there. I don't want to spend the rest of the morning talking about propane as much as we all love it. But at the beginning of Appendix A, the first handful of changes are for Chapter 23, 2304.2.2, 2305.4.1, and 2305.8. The amended language in NFPA 30A, which is the code and repair garages. The next section for Chapter 57, the 5701.1, the additional amended language mirrors KAR 7, which Article 7 is the flammable and combustible liquids. 5701.2.1, the amended language mirrors KAR 2278. 5701.6 mirrors the language in KAR 2277. And then 5704.2.11.5 and 5704.2.11.6, that amended language also mirrors KAR 2844.12. Now getting into one, all of the amended language that has been added into Chapter 61 is pulled from or mirrors the regulatory language in Article 8, which is our liquefied petroleum gas KARs, as well as language from NFPA 58 added in there. As I stated before, this is really just to consolidate everything into one document and make it, put it all in one document for consistency and enforcement purposes. For these reasons, we recommend the adoption of our proposed amendments for chapters 23, 57, and 61.
Molly, since we don't have anyone from those groups, the stakeholder groups for this, can you talk a little bit to the efforts you guys made at the meetings you've had with the propane associations and to try to make sure they're.
Yeah, absolutely. Myself and Wyatt really have worked hand in hand with PMAC and CanPERC. PMAC is the Propane Marketers Association, and CanPERC is the Kansas Propane Education and Research Council. We have sat down and gone through all of the amendments 61 with them. They are in favor of and agree with moving regulatory language and some of the NFPA 58 language into the IFC. They're in agreement with it. I've worked very closely with Russ and Becky for the last year, looking at the way that we currently operate when it comes to propane licensing, propane inspections, and propane related claims reviews. And that has just, I guess, continued to blossom into them also assisting us with this code project.
Thank you. Jane?
I'm just curious about I understand what we're trying to do with gathering up past regulations and kind of getting it to a more simpler, enforceable set of regulations and language all in one place. So I think that makes sense to me. I guess I'm just, is there an opportunity that we could actually be improving or simplifying the regulations rather than just trying to add them all together, right? Like, I'm just curious why the original language wouldn't cover the majority of like normal safety protocols that we need, and why do we need to add all this extra stuff?
So in the International Fire Code, Chapter 61, which covers our liquefied petroleum gases, is very basic. There is some information provided within the IFC for it, but it does refer out to NFPA 58, which is our actual, standard for liquefied petroleum gas. And because we were trying to, I guess, bolster and make a Kansas appropriate code, we wanted to get all of that language added in, because it is in regulation, but we wanted it in one consolidated location.
Molly, as you went through these with the industry, did they look at or make suggestions to changes or ways to make it better as we went through, or is this exactly what is in current?
So there are some updates to, I guess, the propane industry that have occurred since 2008. The current edition of NFPA 58 we have adopted and used in Kansas is 2008. But in speaking with CanPERC and working with PMAC, all of the regulatory and code-related changes that have been updated in the last few NFPA code cycles, the industry is already doing. So in looking at the requirements that are in the 2024 NFPA 58, 2024 IFC, it's something the industry is already doing, and they like that it will be in writing and it will be something that we are enforcing instead of just a best practice idea, but that it is something that we have the code to back up.
Any further questions, Jack?
Molly, thank you for pulling this together. There's 16 pages of information that you're adding to the code.
Yes.
And I guess I am curious, kind of linking to Jane's comment, how much of this stuff that we are adding is not already, if you dig deep into 58 and 30 and 30A and all of these other codes and standards, that it's already covered, that we are creating duplication. That's question number one. Question yesterday.
Why don't let's go let her answer one before we go to question two. How about that?
So it is already in NFPA codes. It is already standard practice. There's already things that when we are going out at this thing, it is information that we already reviewed for when looking at new installation applications and the plans review portion of it. And it may be duplicating efforts, but again, it is pull it all into one consolidated location. Because right now, if I get actually I've got one sitting in my inbox right now in my email, it is a propane related just question from somebody in the industry. In order to answer his question, I'm going to have to look at an FPA 58. I'm going to have to look at something in NFPA 54. I'm also going to have to pull statute and regulation in order to give him an answer. So to make it simpler for us and simpler for our constituents, putting it in one location and putting it all together in one book, I think will make it a lot easier for all of us.
And I will make one comment before your second question, that is something that we heard very clearly as we went around the state and spoke with people, is they want this to be more accessible. They don't want to have to go to 4 different places to get information. They appreciate the idea of being able to go to one. So your second question, sir?
Let me go back to that one if I can, as a follow-up. So is there areas, because what I heard is the current code probably has, or reference code, everything in it that this is having. Did you do an evaluation to validate that it does not create a conflict?
FPA 58 better because it's what the industry was already doing when it came to installation of propane tank. There is some information that we are removing from the IFC and replacing with code from NFPA 58.
So the short answer to your question is yes, they looked at all those different things with these different groups for over the last year. This was in the process even before we started the fire code.
Yeah, last fall, we started working with PMAC and Canperk to go over how we currently do inspections when it comes to propane. We sat down with this group. Well, we go to their board meetings quarterly, and then we've sat down with them a handful of times in between the quarterly meetings to revamp and put our inspectors on how we currently do propane inspections. And then, like I said, we shifted focus when we got approval to start working on adopting new code, and shifted focus into what does the industry want and what does the industry already do, both at a state level and at a national level, and just getting it all put together.
So I agree with that.
Well, hold on, wait, any further questions before we go back to Jack? No? Okay, Jack?
So NFPA 58 is clearly, you follow 58 period, except where it says don't follow 58. So generally 58 is what this document is referenced when it comes to the installation of propane stuff. And so back to my second question, Robert indicated yesterday, and we looked at it, and is this something the other states are doing? So I don't see this level of additional material being added to fire codes by, pick a state.
So the only other state that I did any digging into for their custom code was the state of Oregon. The state of Oregon took chapter 61 in the IFC for the LPG, and all they did was refer it back to and add statutory language and references into theirs. That was the only one that I looked at in doing any kind of research, because again, I sat down with PMAC and I sat down with Canperk, and what we have added in here and the way that we use it in the state of Kansas now is in line with what the Propane Education Research Council teaches and does at a national level.
Which,
You have a question?
yeah, so wouldn't that, if that's what the National Propane Council is doing, what they're doing is truly aligning with what the code says, probably not all this extra stuff. And I think when we add all this extra stuff, it's gonna make it hard for our people, fire marshal's office and fire code officials, when they go to a propane training class or a flammable liquids training class, they can't just go off the national standard, because what they're gonna be teaching at that organization is not necessarily gonna be what we've adopted, correct?
No, it is what we have adopted. It's like I said, we have pulled this from NFPA 58 and put it into the IFC. Because what the IFC has for any of the flammable and combustible liquids, or, our liquefied petroleum gas, is very minimal, because it just directly references NFPA 30, 38, 54, 58, whatever other NFPA standard.
So this was another area, just so we're clear, where we were not in alignment with our local agencies that have adopted the International Fire Code. For one reason or another, right now, we don't even follow this in the 2006. We don't even look at the International Fire Code for this purpose. We only look at the NFPA standard, which is not how this system is supposed to work, where the code tells you what to do and the standard tells you how to do it, right? So we're trying to be in line so that we're not enforcing a different standard, which is what we kind of have now from our local authorities who have adopted this chapter of the ICE, of the International Fire Code, while we're standing on our own on an NFPA standard alone.
What our issue is with that is the regulation that we have in place that has allowed, the adoption of our codes and our standards. It specifically excludes the chapter in the 2006 IFC that relates to our flammable and combustible liquids and gases. So we have to just straight jump into, we can't use the IFC, we just use NFPA 58. So that's one of the changes that we're trying to make with this, is that we will be utilizing the IFC for our flammable and combustible liquids.
Kylie?
So what you just mentioned about the locals they've adopted, some of them have adopted through our IFC code. So how would this section interact with what they've done? Like, have you guys added in the NFPA portions that are being added in here? Or would this raise what you're doing?
Chad?
So I guess to answer that question, most of us that have local are either typically on for the most part, 18, 21, or 24, which is very similar language. And to your question, within those additions, it's going to reference NFPA 58, so you have to take the time to go to the separate NFPA document. This is just streamlining that process, but it's the same information.
And as it stands right now, our office is the only one that does propane. We do the plans reviews for propane, we do the inspections for propane. Our local jurisdiction partners, we may go out to these bulk plants or these other installations to familiarize themselves with what, fire hazards are located in any facility. But we at the state level are the ones that handle all of it, because we are also the licensing entity for propane.
But there's nothing that's stopping a local entity from conducting their own inspections to their own code. So we're trying to be more consistent with that. I'm sorry, Danielle.
No, that's right. Do you guys have, so this is a lot of red, right? Because you're pulling in the NFPA requirements. Do you have anything that shows the track changes between what NFPA has and what you're proposing? Because I think really that's probably the notable change, right? Because it was just a reference before. So I think that would be helpful. If it's just verbatim, I think that's easy. If there's some modifications to it, I think that might help you others.
So I think you've got a copy of the red line, right?
Yes.
So that would reflect those portions.
Okay.
Right, any of those, because that would have the deletions and everything else.
It does, but it's all showing up as red because you're pulling in.
But it would show what we're removing also. Okay, yeah, give me a second. The red lines will show.
Removing from NFPA
Okay,
or removing from?
No. So let me, because we're getting kind of, I apologize, I shouldn't be in the middle of the discussion, but we have had to remove some of the areas if in the ICE FC, if it disagreed with the new language, then we had to strike those portions, right? So, and replace them. But that is all within here. What she's looking at is something that was used through the fire code officials and the fire marshals that was put out for their comment earlier on in this process that kind of has all of this. Yeah. I'm sorry, Chad, or who are we at? Chad?
Yeah, one way to answer that question, not to step on Mr. Ingholm's toes, is if you look at the back 24, it'll have there's an area that has all the codes referenced, and it will give you the exact references out of NFPA 58 that are referenced in. So you can do that cross-reference check that way.
Jack,
But as previously discussed, this comes from 58, and the fire code specifically says follow 58, period. Follow 58, right? So this is truly a duplicate of what 58 says, which the code already references.
There
I
is-
agree with what Chad said, it's making it.
no, the answer is no to that. It is not. It has that, but it also comes from a number of different other sources, including our existing rules and regulations. That is not exactly from NFPA 58.
Yeah, there
This is-
are items from articles like KARs, Article 7, Article 8, we've got stuff from Article 44, as well as a couple of statutes or our plan to reduce the documentation part of it.
Chris?
And I do, yes, so that, I think to Danielle's question, I'm noting that I'm out of my depth on this one, right, personally. But to Danielle's question, I think that is, it's that, you know, it's hard to see what from 58 or others, because we see the same as generally a consolidation of ranks. So the question is, does it make sense to have it in the fire code? So, you know, we kind of had that too. I actually have a few about paragraphs that just, to, you know, to kind of see where that was, but I'm also happy to hold those until, you know,
Discussion, I think, would be better on that. Yep.
We'll see, I can try to wing it, but I feel much more comfortable answering those with 58 and the IFC up in front of me, which I do not have up here.
But I think, going back to your answer more, that brings me back to my first question.
Do you have a question for
Yes.
her, or do you have a discussion?
I'll ask my first question again, because I think your answer to my previous comment gave me a different answer. What is different between what's required in the fire code, including NFPA 58 and all other referenced documents, between that, what's different, more or less stringent, than with all of this that we're adding in red?
Chris, so maybe I'll hit this one and then we can see if it helps or not. So paragraph 6101.3, construction documents. It references LP gas containers more than 2,000. Generally speaking, 4,000 has been that limit, is my understanding there. So like, Molly, is that a change from NFPA 58?
No, so 58 and the IFC both say 4,000, however, per KAR 2285, which is our application and drawings for liquefied petroleum gas, it's 2,000 that requires the document, so that change in particular comes out of regulation.
Okay, so that is a change to those based on regulation. And then that is saying, that's not saying you can't install larger than that, it's saying that you have to submit plans.
Yeah, anything more than 2,000 gallons, you have to submit plans to our office for approval before installation.
But you would also say that is not a change to current practice then, because you're just referencing KAR.
Correct.
All right. I'd entertain a motion so we can go to discussion on this, please.
Move to approve subject to staff's or what's our estimate, move to approve RP 13 with staff suggestions.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion is second. Is there discussion?
I think this creates great confusion by adding all this stuff that in some cases is duplicative, and it's hard to follow what's really changing, what's greater than code and what's less than code. I don't support this.
Are we gonna have an opportunity to look at state statutes as part of this discussion? And in particular, I'm talking about KSA 66-1288 that limits municipalities' ability to regulate end users of energy, which I think the Attorney General has interpreted includes propane, because we have a safety issue in Wichita that we have people who went to put huge propane tanks in fairly dense residential issues. And I don't want to expand this, but I do think that if we're going to make recommendations, that's one that I think we should look at.
I would have to look at that within the scope of the executive order and to see
And
if that
that's fair.
fits within. If it does, then definitely we can have that discussion and make recommendations.
Okay.
If not,
No, and I understand, I hadn't thought about that limitation, but it would be. Okay, perfect.
any further discussion? Chris?
So, and I'll hit a few more, thanks, sir. So kind of on that point, if you go to 6108.1.3, I think I'm looking at the right one, this is where we're talking. Yeah, so I know that was one that was kind of brought into question as to what those paragraphs are saying, and what is that saying we can put on the rooftop?
Chris, could you repeat that?
So 61.1.3, and then 1.31, that's talking about containers on roofs. Now, I see water capacity there.
So those two are pulled directly out of NFPA 15.
So there were no changes to those, and are those are only addressing water containers, correct?
No,
Or is
so,
that,
aggregate water capacity is how you measure the
oh, okay, my
gallons
bad, told you I was out of my depth, thanks.
of.
Got you. So currently then, 58 authorizes propane tanks on roofs. This would maintain that, but we would still be able to jurisdictionally restrict that.
Absolutely.
And now again, I won't refer to you all as fire folks. I'm going from the perspective that the propane tanks on the roof is a really bad idea. Chief?
Yes.
Do you restrict that locally use right now as well?
We haven't had anybody ask for one on the roof.
And in all of the propane installations, across the state that at least we have touched, I can't think of any that have been proposed to be on. It is technically by code it is allowed.
You would have an issue with the state statute, I believe, trying to regulate consumer use of a propane on a roof.
Okay.
Now, when it comes to the end user or retail, like at your
Yes.
home with your propane installation you have in your house.
Yeah.
We have nothing to do about that. The company, the vendor that you to come install your tank or come service and refill your tank, they're probably not gonna put it on your roof either, but that's between you and them, not between you and us.
Or you in the city.
Yeah, you know, city ordinances,
Yeah.
county rules.
That's that's why that gets into good lawyer and, program discussion, because we look at that and go, oh, shoot, are we now authorizing this? And we have to.
Maybe.
But maybe there has to be,
What they're speaking of for the rest of the body is there's a state statute in place that limits municipalities' authority to regulate certain things, the size of propane tanks. And what are other examples, Chris, that fall within that? Is it?
It's pretty broad. Limit an end user. Limit an end use customer's use of a utility service.
Yeah. So this
not
doesn't.
Propane, it's gonna be solar, electric, gas, propane.
And it's meant to give the end user, the intent of that was to provide them with as many options as possible for their property. That doesn't directly affect anything here, but just so we kind of understand what that discussion looks like. Beyond this limits their authority to actually be
It
more
may just
restrictive.
limit that provision, or that statute may limit our ability to be more restrictive in
Yes.
this aspect.
Yeah.
Is the outcome,
Yeah, and that's good, because some of what that does too is it doesn't allow me to de facto eliminate something through code. So we can't say, because we don't want you to have propane tanks or propane service in this area, oh, you can't have a tank bigger than 50 gallons or something like that, so that.
I'd have to ask, there were a lot of side conversations there for a minute, and since we are doing this through Teams and through the YouTube, that really it gets picked up and I know it becomes difficult. So I understand the want to do that, just just be careful. I've been the person on the other end trying to, listen to something like that, and it's difficult. So, Jane, did you have your hand raised?
I did, overall, I think all of the motives are good, but what we're trying to do is to make it simpler to enforce things. I do feel like from the perspective of like a design professional or somebody who's trying to pick up the code and advise an owner on like what you can and can't do, or for a user who has a building that is trying to figure out what are they allowed to do, I think it introduces more confusion than you might imagine, because if the code starts out saying, oh, we're gonna follow the Kansas Fire Code, and in this chapter about propane, it references NFPA, whatever, right? And those things are hard enough for regular people to navigate, to track all the different standards that are referenced from within the standard you're starting with, right? But if I understand it correctly, what we're saying is, it's gonna say that we reference this, which one, I forget, 58, NFPA 58 is part of this, but we've also copied over almost all of it, but maybe not all of it, into our section, and then we don't know which parts are still relevant of the referenced standard. When we're looking back at the referenced standard, we don't know which parts of it have been replaced by the language that we brought over. That seems confusing to me and hard to interpret, because we're also gonna put people like Chris and his team and every other jurisdiction, they're also trying to overlay stuff that's locally different, right?
So if I may respond to part of that. So we've been very careful in here. We are not adopting these NFPA standards. We're not adopting the International Building Code as a whole. All of those codes they are by reference, and we very specifically have had language in this document that says those are by reference only as referenced in the document, only for that purpose. We don't just have the program. This is in addition to, it's only when we refer to that in this document that it would be used.
So are you saying then, because we're not reading the full language of what you're saying is here, would we no longer reference NFP 58 at all in this section?
No, you would, but part of what you were saying is that we pulled in a portion. Well, you said we pulled in all of NFPA 58. We did not pull in all of NFPA 58. We pulled in the portions of the NFPA 58 that we were already actively inspecting to. So when we go out and we conduct all of that guidance of what we're actively looking at has been coordinated through our office and through the Propane Marketers Association with their help and their training and their expertise, saying these are the things that are important to life safety, and these are the things we need to be looking at. So things that weren't specifically, because as Molly stated, what was in IFC was pretty minimal, which was probably why back then they got excluded out, and we went with the pamphlet itself, because the information that was in the IFC was very minimal. So what we have done is we have taken what we've already been inspecting to, and we pulled those particular things into the Kansas Fire Code so that it's very clear this is what we are looking at, okay? Now, part of this also, when you talk about references, and there's different levels of experiences here within this room, regarding the data code document, that is vastly different than what the public's understanding. And I can speak firsthand, we just came out of a legislative, they struggled to interpret that as well. That was a very, very difficult and complex process, and even with them, and part of their feedback was that if we were going to enforce things on our community members and on facilities, that it should be as clear and as simplified as possible. And even for them having to navigate multiple different books to try to figure out, let's say, an electrical code violation, they wanted it right there rather than having to cross-reference NFPA 70 and cross-reference, they're like, can we just consolidate all of this? So part of this was in process to that as well. we experience this every single day, multiple times a day with people that we interact, is confusion about how to interpret and where codes are based from, where they generate from, and how do they correlate with one another. So that's what this is. It's very, very minimal changes regarding what we have been doing. It's all existing out there in different documents. We've just pulled them all in.
So you're saying, just for clarification, that there is no other outside reference left in this particular part of the code? There's no other reference standard? We've got it all in here, and we don't have to look anywhere else? For particular to this propane issue, I guess?
So there are still items that do refer to NFPA 58, but it's not things that we directly inspect to. And so if there is something that needs, I guess, further research or further digging into, it will still refer you back to NFPA 58. But the majority of the things that we deal with and that all of the things that we inspect to currently is what was pulled from 58 and put into this.
I guess I would just register a concern about the difference between inspecting and like the expectation to meet the code, right? So there is important, but if we're putting stuff out there that says this is the expectation of the code, it's not just about what's being inspected. It's about what people are held to do and what they're expected to do. I just wouldn't want to leave that completely behind or leave it in some confusing fashion.
So you asked that, just if you go to 6107.8, number 8, you'll see where there is, for example, a reference to NFPA 58. That 6107.8, and then all down to number 8. Robert?
So if this provision includes the sections of 58 that are going to be, I mean, if it's going to be complete, to James' point, people are going to be held to as a matter of law or inspected to by your office subsequently. Is the ultimate regulatory submission going to include a revocation of current adoption of the entirety of the 2008 version of 58? Because right now that.
Correct.
Okay, so that would be revoked, and the only parts that anyone could be held to by any legal matter.
Correct.
Chad? For clarity, the original 2024 IFC has 21 specific code references to NFPA 58. And by specific, I mean specific, and it's just individual excerpts. For example, 2311.5, 3903.6. So there's only 21 references in the entire NFPA 58 standard that are in the original 2024 IFC.
Chris?
Now, on that note, and with some of that discussion, it appears to me in reading and bouncing back and forth on the references that several of these areas do reference NFP 58, but some also do not. But where it appears that it is an NFP 58 reference, I'm trying to go back and find some specifics, but was there some methodology in that? Is it possible that some of those would be added?
So
I know that's kind of
a good example, the one that Mark called out, the 6107.8, number 8, that refers back to chapter 10 of NFPA 58. Chapter 10 talks about buildings and the requirements for the buildings being built to house any kind of propane tank indoors. It talks about the thickness of the walls, the exiting. It talks about the types of materials that can be used, gaps that need to be built into the walls to allow for the circulation of air. And I felt that that was going to be a lot easier just to refer back to NFPA 58 than to drag all of chapter 10 into the IFC. And if that's something that we need to do, we can. But was it referring to?
so bottom line is your methodology was where you reference 58 in this is because there's more to it.
Yes.
If you don't reference 58, you're saying I didn't need to because I put everything I want out of there in here.
And to be clear, that wasn't just Molly, that was our group of subject matter experts who were working on this for some time.
And when I say I'm the one that said this.
Danielle?
So just so I'm wrapping my head around this, that means that NFPA 58 will still be adopted by reference. You're just elevating the portions that you use most frequently.
Correct.
Okay. And it'll be the updated reference, not the 2008 or 12 or whatever.
That's a little bit different than what I thought my understanding was at Granite. So you adopt the entirety of 58 references, because this isn't just an elevation of certain parts of adoption of a whole, which is that thought Daniel was asking. You're only adopting the portions referenced in this section, not the entire NFPA.
That's correct.
Okay. That's,
Which one's correct? It's only here, it's not all of NFPA 58?
The functionality of the code book, just regardless of this chapter, the entire functionality of the code book has references throughout. There's a whole references chapter. Those references are provided in specific to a line item in the code. So if we look at where we go into chapter 9 on fire protection systems, it'll say for a group A occupancy, they have to have an automatic sprinkler system installed in accordance with NFPA 13. So then that reference takes us to NFPA 13 for installation. Okay, so that just doesn't open the door to all of NFPA 13. It says it has to be installed in accordance with NFPA 13. And you go to the installation chapter of NFPA 13 and it tells you how it gets installed. And so that's how all the references work, is it'll tell you that this particular line item it needs to be in compliance with NFPA 58. And then you go to that section of NFPA 58 in the pamphlet and it opens up the door to that. It doesn't open up the door to the entire book, because there's a whole lot of stuff in NFPA 13 that is not required for a group A2 occupancy for a sprinkler system or whatever the case may be. So when we say that we are adopting it as part of the Kansas Fire Code, we are referencing those standards where it's referenced. It doesn't necessarily open the door to the whole document.
Thank you.
Yep. So procedurally, when you make a submission, what that means is that the sections of 58 are adopted need to be submitted with it. Otherwise, they are not adopted pursuant to the rules and regulations filed. This is a 6-year fight between the AG's office and the fire marshal's on this particular question. This is one of the main reasons why this hasn't been updated before. Which, if we're going to adopt something from a code that's going to be enforced as a matter of law, it has to be submitted with the regulatory documents. Otherwise, it is not adopted pursuant to the law. It becomes almost a worthless reference, because this is law, but the other things weren't legally adopted according to it. So those things are adopted. This is an operational matter before you make your submission. You need to be included.
And I think we understood that.
I understand. I'm just making that
Just
very
that
clear, because it's a lot of extra paper.
we do have to, it's not gonna be paper anymore, it's electronic,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, yeah.
But there are, and this is one of the things that you guys are gonna have to work out, all of these documents are copyright. And underneath ESPR, how those are entered into that, handled within that.
Yeah, that's a 2-year fight between us. We asked them, and Secretary of State rolled us in, was how are you dealing with copyright law on adoption by reference, specifically with that reference to fire code?
Yeah.
Just because my familiarity with that particular struggle, and they said it's fine. Now, our intent around that is, if you know avoid copyright issues, submit it to us as hard copy. The actual adoptions by reference, then nothing is electronically submitted. But I'm not going to violate copyright law because I'm not contributing anything. That's not actually my problem with ESPR. That's actually your problem with ESPR. I mean, to be candid, I raised it to them, they said they solved it, but I don't violate copyright law anytime, because I'm not going to distribute any copyright materials electronically or otherwise.
Sure.
So I do want to talk about how to fix that.
All of
but
these,
it's not my-
all of these standards are available openly. Will you require that we purchase each copy of these instead of them being openly
Let's talk
public?
about that particular process one-on-one. We have had to make people do it before, because there has to be a way for them to be available openly to the public later. Especially if they're amended, copy links online is not an adequate, publicly available version. So let's talk about that when we get to that point, how to make that work in a cost-effective fashion that allows us to legally review it.
Okay. All right, any further discussion?
Well,
to this discussion that we've been having for NFPA 58, it is adopted in its entirety right now. It's adopted by the code, because it says, I'll read you the scope, the very first paragraph of 6101 is storage, handling, and transportation of liquefied petroleum gas and the installation of liquefied gas equipment pertinent to systems such as uses shall comply with this chapter and NFPA 58. So by that statement alone, the entirety of 58 is to be used with LP systems.
In the existing regulation that we're changing.
I'm reading directly from the IFC
Are you
2024.
modifying that sentence of the IFC
The
then?
2024,
No,
I'd have,
no, it's not being amended.
Modified here.
not everything is in the package. You know, we administrative stuff, so we'll have to go back and our folks will take a look at that, Jack. But no, we've been very clear throughout this that we're only adopting for example, in the International Building Code, we're not adopting the full International Building Code because that would include things like the HVAC and the how much insulation a building has and all these different things. Or the plumbing. We're only adopting it as referenced by the International Fire Code. This is different, right? We're a municipality would just take the I codes as a piece. We're operating differently than any municipality you've ever dealt with on this because we're limited to that one code. Does that make sense? Were you
Not when
listening?
how the codes are being used. No, it doesn't. It creates a huge problem. I mean, just going back to the one that we're gonna talk about later.
Go ahead, Jane.
Well, I was just gonna say, I think that Jack just brings up a good point, that if you're trying to follow the thing you adopt, and the first sentence of that chapter in the IFC refers you globally to NFPA 58, then we just need to change that as a part of your language to not have that be, because that would be confusing. If someone is gonna go out, think that the whole thing is applicable and all the things we added and changed, then there's gonna be conflicts. So let's just edit that as a part of your thing, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we're trying to be very clear in there about those pieces because that's legislators ask the same thing. Well, I just looking at debate on the floor of the Senate, Senator Blue was there for it when someone Googled what the cost of implementing the 2024 International Fire Code was on the cost of a single family residence. And they used that as it was $20,000 or something they came up with Googling. And they use that as an attempt to go this down. Even though the fire code, our code doesn't deal with single family residences, right? And they're looking at all those other things, those insulations and HVACs, and we're not interested in that. We're focused on the fire safety portion. So what I'm kind of hearing is there's more of not an objection to the content as much as the format. Is that a fair?
And I would say, sir, the question kind of still stands based on that input, does this make it easier? Because you kind of get into, here's what code is fun. And I apologize, Molly, because I know you answered this, but are there changes to NFP 58 reflected in this, or just areas where in some cases it was used wholesale and in some cases portions were used and then you referred to 58 for the remainder?
So there's no changes to NFPA 58. It is changes to the IFC with information from 58 and information from regulations.
So by leaving that sentence in place with 58, is there actually a problem? Or it sounds like the intent was actually to still adopt all of 58. So the only confusion or problem would be if there is an interpretation, or if there's an interpretation on that. Is that? And you know, so Robert kind of opened up wormhole with that because so I'm thinking storm shelters. In the IBC, I said, you meet these criteria, you gotta have a storm shelter. Go see ISO, and it's gotta be an ISO 500 rated, yada, 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 I kick you over that. So I adopt that standard for a storm shelter by reference, but I don't adopt that code. I just adopt that.
I'm just talking about the rules and regulations filing act as applies to state regulatory documents. So
Yeah,
I can't
and-
speak to what
Yeah,
what
so
effect yours
now
has. So I don't take confusion on your process much for the state process. I don't want to make your job harder by accident.
No, and that, and what you said is exactly what I was thinking too, because I go, now you get into where code gets fun. So if you go back to my earlier one about freaking out a little bit, because we're talking about propane tanks on roofs. If I bounce back to, 6106.4.13, that talks about installation, that's telling me that I've gotta have non-flammables, it's gotta be on a concrete pad. So that would indicate you can't put one on the roof. But we also have to accommodate a state reg or trying to accommodate, so that the stuff we deal with on, I guess, a daily basis, so I don't know, maybe I'm messing this up, but it sounds like to me the question still comes in, by adopting this in this way, does it makes it easier for you all? Seems the industry, the propane industry is saying it would make it easier for them. So is that the question on the table? Does this make it easier to follow and understand, or does it muddy the water?
All right, any further discussion? Senator Blue, you're not muted. Did you want to speak? I just didn't want your private. Okay, I just.
My computer, so let me, I'm done, bye.
Just didn't want that to be a surprise when it showed up on YouTube. So. All right, any further discussion?
Sorry, but so for clarity, if we move this forward like this, it is still adopting 58, keeping 58 in the rules wholesale, but it is duplicating that for ease of use, where, I guess where suggested that would work.
It is not our intent to wholesale adopt 58. It will just be as referenced. Correct.
Because it does make some changes, right? Like the distinction between the 4,000 versus 2,000, right? That's coming from your regs.
Yep.
But that's what's
So
inhibiting
we're trying to,
your ability from adopting it wholesale.
this is a tap dance, I get it. We're trying to make sure that in a national code conforms to both existing regulations and how we operate in Kansas along with our laws, right? And so this has been a difficult process, folks. I'm not gonna say it isn't, but go ahead, Dan.
Well, because I think that's where the kind of the introductory paragraph that isn't showing up in what we've got that says that references NFPA 58 may need to have some of that wordsmithing to say, this is what's adopted, but for those specific areas that are incorporated by reference. Because I do see where the design professionals and the folks that are on the front end of this, where that could get challenging. Sitting in enough of those meetings, right? If it has that sentence of NFPA 58, and we go back to that and it says something different, there could be an interpretation that says, because of that sentence, we can use this alternative standard, when I don't believe that's the intent.
Yeah, I was.
That was where RPs for you guys, and trying to determine what was the subject matters that we needed to not so much focus on, so it was not intentional by any means. But it, like Mark said, it's not our intent to adopt any of the NFPA or reference standards as whole, simply as reference to. So it certainly was not intentional.
Yeah, you'll see, well, I could show you an example if you want. well, we do have there in other places as referenced and where shall comply with the International Building Code as referenced and required by this code, for example. So we,
Yes.
you know, we've had those sort of things throughout. It was just so, okay. Any further discussion? Jack?
To my point that I've been bringing up for this, as well as many of the other RPs, it appears to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, there is rules and regulations or doing business that is in writing that you use, and you're trying to take that documentation, whether it's consistent or different with the 24 IFC, and directly embed it into the IFC, so your team still has the same document. So when they go to the field, they now got everything embedded into one document. It's got everything they need to know to do their job.
So that's one way of looking at it, but it's also that each citizen of our state has it in the same place also. And that we're not changing, that we're staying consistent with our prior practice. And we're not just adopting what the code says because it says it. So we would not jump, for example, the 2,000 to 4,000, limit, those sort of things. So this is hold on, Jack, this is a balancing act, and we admit that, right? It is not as simple as you, quite honestly, you would like to have us believe. What is the alternative? Would you just say we just adopt this chapter as written, and then we try to enforce that across the state?
My suggestion is you adopt the IFC as it is. And if there is different requirements that you have, track that in a separate document. So when it comes for the next adoption process, it's as easy as almost saying, hey, we want to adopt the next version, whatever that may be. And you don't have all of this red line stuff that you're doing. It's your in-house documents that you would.
This is the regulation you are looking at. This is what will be in the state of Kansas. There is no other thing. So if you're saying we stated the IFC, then everything in red just goes out the window, and anything we've been doing as past practice is also not included. You would completely change how we go to this industry. So I want to make sure we understand that. Robert?
Generally speaking, it's just the first thing's office reviews the regulatory submissions. I really love what this effort is to put everything in the actual directly adopted document. Outside references, adoption by references give me headaches. We talked about like the hundreds of code references in there. They're as painful for me to review as it is for you all to submit. No one is happy in that process. So I generally love it when the entirety is in the reg itself, so long as that's the case. And it's an outside references, I understand there still will be some. I like it when it minimizes it, as long as it addresses Jack's concerns too about duplication. And there's not confusion, but by and large, I really do like what this is trying to do to bring it all on one page for me, for the constituents, for you, else, so long as it's clear. But I know I've been critical or negative or kind of weird in this. I just want to say I really do love what you're trying to do, and I think it has the opportunity to make everyone's job better. So I do want to cheer that part of it.
I appreciate that, Roger. Jane?
Yeah.
Okay. Sharon?
I don't know of any city that has completely adopted the IFC carte block. I mean, we all make changes to it. We all edit it. We all customize it for our jurisdiction. So to say state of Kansas, we really need to just take the IFC and go doesn't make any sense from a workability standpoint.
Chris?
So Jack, when you say adopt the IFC, are you referencing chapter 61 for these specific chapters, or were you meaning the entire IFC?
I'm saying the entire IFC and make edits up in the front end. I mean, I don't know if the fire marshals has done it, but there is a process that ICC can help with when you want to adopt their codes to help you do that. And they explain that. They even give you a sample ordinance for a city or some jurisdiction like that. It's a little different than the state level. But they intend it, and when we write those codes and standards, we intended that be adopted and make it so it's easy to do, not go through this laborious process of all of these comments and knowing where we're having contradiction, understanding where it's greater or less than. And with respect to those existing facilities, we can draw this line in the sand and say, hey, all of those buildings that had a problem that we gave a variance for can be grandfathered, right? I think we can say that. So why do we need to say, hey, if we had a lesser requirement that we were allowing that probably didn't meet code back then, why would we want to drag that into here to allow it to be used for a brand new building that could be built to code?
Shake
I think one thing that government has not been great at over the years is getting more and more efficient, getting more innovative as we go through the years. Because as we saw on the very first day with our chart, most of these codes have been updated 20 years at the state level. So when we talk about getting it and looking at it and changing it when we adopt it the next time, I'm assuming the next time is going to be 20 years from now. I don't have any belief that we're going to be doing it 4 years from now or 6 years from now. I have a belief it's going to be 20. Right? So that's what I assume is going to happen. So as that, I think for the time being, we need to keep it as efficient as possible, which is getting it all in one document. We're going to reduce staff costs from them, make these inspections more efficient, make these inspections better. At the end of the day, we're setting a baseline for the state for everyone to do it. I'm not as familiar on the fire code side as I am some of the building code side. I don't really know most of the local municipalities who haven't taken the IBC without some sort of amendments to it. Everyone amends it, right? It's not like anyone ever just carte blanche takes it. So,
hold on, I got a few. Robert?
I just want to clarify a point. Your office has been working with the ICC for what, a year or two, if not more, to produce a Kansas specific IFC, right?
That's correct.
It's part of what we're seeing as a result of that cooperation. So they have been going through that process directly with the ICC.
I just want to add two things. One is that I do want to just ask that as the language is finalized over the next processes that are yet to come, that try to overlay the perspective that Jack and I are talking about, which is what does it look like not when you're inspecting, but when you're trying to design a new thing to this code. And so I think I do have some concerns about some of the things we're bringing forward from the past just because they're current practices, that I agree with Jack that we don't need to necessarily adopt that for all future projects. We can grandfather in things that were approved in the past without reducing the safety of things in the future. And so I think that should be an overlay just when we're finalizing the language. Secondarily, I am also hoping that as it all gets finalized, that this is a hard process, and I think it doesn't have to be this hard. And so I'm a little bit worried that we're creating a system today that is going to be just as hard to update later as the thing we struggled with in the past, and that the easier method for creating a system that can be easily updated would be to have less customization. So in general, that's what people try to do when you know that it's going to change every 3 years. The IBC changes every 3 years, they update it. They have a system for updating that makes the updates simple instead of having to customize the whole document. So I guess I just wouldn't want us to sort of assume that it has to be this hard every time. If we use that as part of our task for today, it would be with an overlay that says, let's make this really simple when the next version of the IFC comes out. So we don't have to recraft all the language to update for Kansas.
Yep, so this is going to be a ICC, as we said, we were working with them. So they are building a custom code that's going to be labeled the Kansas Fire Prevention Code. You will open it, it will contain all this information, okay? As we write it, it will be for Kansas. The way I look at it in the 3 year, and I know this is a whole separate discussion, but just go that, is that when, say, the 2030 code comes up, it would be, I'm not saying it's going to be not painful, but a group like this could sit down look at what those changes are to the IFC, look at what our code is currently, and see if those are things we want to modify, or we leave it be.
But the more things we have that are customized, the more work that takes, I think.
No, I mean, the changes to the IFC are set. They're gonna be the same number of amendments, and the national
But you're gonna have
IFC
to
is.
check all the stuff that's not coordinated, that all the things that are unique
Jane.
to us, right?
What was that?
You would have to check all the things that are unique to us, because the IFC isn't gonna check that for you.
We're going to take whatever the IFC changes, and we're going to look at it compared to our, I probably won't be here, that's fine. But, darn, anyway. But as I see it, you're gonna look at that change versus what we have in our, we're gonna look at each one of those. Now, there aren't normally that many changes from cycle to cycle as long as we stay on top of it. Well, the problem and why this is so painful is we're jumping 20 years and ICC couldn't even give us a list because it's been so long. They can't even tell us what the difference between the 2006 code is and the 2024 code is. They don't even, we had to set folks down and they had to track, and it's still laborious and crazy, right? But if we do this and we keep it, this should not be that difficult as long as we stay on top of it. But I think we're kind of getting off of the subject here. So any more discussion on this motion?
And
Chris.
And with that, so there, as Jane said, generally you're going to have a process and a set area of amendments. To Jake's point and others, there are times when it makes sense to do this. And many have stated their agreement that it looks like this is a time. The challenge there is to ensure you don't have conflict, don't create conflict unnecessarily, and to ensure that you don't something that is harder to update in the future. So to me, I think there is some good discussion to be had there. So for example, the way we're set now, if there are updates to if this goes through and NFPA 58 updates or changes, where does that put this with that? Because you would still be operating off what is printed here, and then you would incorporate those updates in the next state code cycle.
Robert's gonna speak to that.
The adoption would reference a specific version of 58, whatever the version is that's adopted, I don't know the years attached to it. So, and that reference will be controlled, so that prevents outside entities from changing Kansas law without Kansas being involved. So that reference will stay fixed, and if a new version comes out, that will only apply if the regulation is later revised to reference that specific edition.
Jack.
I was gonna say the same thing.
Okay.
My, so question with that, and I'm thinking about it probably more from the kind of building code. Would it reference the 2024 version, or could it say the 2024 version or newer?
We
Or
would not.
it just be a point in time?
We would not approve a citation that says or newer, because that again allows a non-governmental entity to change the law without us being.
Okay.
So it would only be able to reference a specific.
That point in time. Okay.
Jake.
Well, and I think to Robert's point on that, I think the only way around that would be if there was some sort of a statute that said they have authority to do that, which I still think would be an issue, but it certainly have to be a statute, not a regulation. So I think that's why we're stuck in this process, because I think to Jane's point, I understand Jane's point in the updating and how it's gonna come, but I think the only way to do that is through statute, and I am in the Capitol once a week, and I know Senator Blue's on the call, we got Representative Melton. For us to get that statute through is gonna be a nightmare, right? So I think we've gotta do the best we can now, and do that, because if not, I think you've gotta do it through a statute.
And I think that speaks to some of the other work that this group is tasked with, which is kind of that final bullet point of how do we not find ourselves in this 20 years from now, right? Like how do we stay current with these things so that it's less of a lift for everyone involved?
Chris, and agree, and I think some of this comes back to when we get back to RP1 and some of that discussion as well. Anyway, that might be one to think about too. So for example, if I as a jurisdiction adopt chapter 61 of the IFC, where does that put me in relation to this? Does that put me more restrictive, less restrictive? Or, yeah, so where does that put me?
I think, those are complex questions we have to go through on a case-by-case basis of what you adopt and how you amend it. So, go ahead.
Well, and I think, and maybe it's helpful for us to understand better how this whole ICC process is going with the fire marshal's office. But if there's really gonna be this, through the ICC is gonna be this Kansas Fire Prevention Code, right? Couldn't it be, we're gonna adopt chapter 61 of the Kansas Fire Prevention Code and then make any amendments to that I want or anything that's more restrictive? But then you have that instead of having to do the IFC, because instead of having the IFC, you now have the Kansas KFP.
Just to let you know, our intent is, once this is finalized, is to contract with ICC again for them to create a model code for Kansas, for municipalities, that would show municipalities what the ICC code is, what the state is, and give them that more the flexibility where they can be more strict or where we're minor, and try to make that simpler. So,
Sorry.
no, that's all right, Chris.
Well, and understand, and I guess I'm getting into kind of the finer points of code adoption here because you're getting into the nitty-gritty with this one. So for example, locally, I adopt a code, a reference changes, or I realize that by trying to accommodate different rules, I created a conflict. Maybe it's just an interpretation conflict, but whatever. We look at it, we brief it, we get the industry, we address it with stakeholders. Generally, it's not even a new business item. I put it on consent with my commission and my city council, and I update that code item. So where this is a state reg and the pain we have many times discussed in getting it forward identified here, how easy is that for the fire marshal's office to fix?
That 12-step process, Jared.
Forever.
Constitution question.
So just going back to this one, RP 13, this is outside of my scope, but did I hear that we need to modify that first sentence that adopts the NFP 58?
We've already
So
made
we
note
don't
of that.
need to make a motion. You guys
No,
are just
we've
wordsmithing
got
that.
that. That was and that's why this really in the nascent part of this process, really, and done this different than, I think, you see this in rules and regulations where we end up with we front loaded all the public comment we can, right? And the task force, before it's ever starting truly the regulatory adoption process. So this is going to go through now 6 months of agencies, and Robert is going to be, are you going to be the one to your nose in this?
I will be very involved in this one.
Okay, so going through all those to ensure that we don't have those pieces overlapping. So really the purpose of this and you guys is to say, hey, are we going the right direction? Is this what you want to see as Kansans for your state? And then it's going to get down to the nitty gritty wordsmithing and everything else.
An important part of that stuff is on the table. We make zero calls to determination. We are purely legality, full function, consistency with the statute, and internal consistency. So this is the time for all of this. I think it's great. I've never seen this process for Red State in almost 5 years now, which is great. So at our stage, we're not having any of this debate except the painful lawyer stuff I brought up.
Kylie, did you have something? No? Okay, I'm sorry. Jack.
To answer your question, is this the right direction for Kansas? I think that answer, after hearing all this discussion, for this one, and maybe some of the others, the answer is probably not. Why would we create duplication and confusion? Issues that's more stringent or less stringent? Why not stick to what the code says and reference 58? I mean, I'd like to know, has anybody done an evaluation of the flammable liquids and propane gas requirements? If we truly just look at it, what does that mean we would have to do different? And that's a two-part question. Do different from our team perspective, as well as how much more stringent would it be on our citizens?
Kylie.
I mean, I think that was why we came up with this task force, that was because the idea that adopting it wholesale was not something the legislature was interested in, and that's why we needed the language in that bill that said, okay, you're gonna have a stakeholder process, and you're gonna get feedback, and we're gonna customize it, and then we're still gonna go through legislative ratification. I think that discussion's already happened, and that's why we're at this point of we're customizing it, and that's the direction we should be heading.
Sharon,
I move to call the question.
we have a motion to call the question. And my parliamentarian, there's no vote, it's just we go to the, someone calls the question. Okay. So the motion has been made, seconded, question has been called. All in favor? Do we need to restate? Does anyone need to restate the motion? It's the wholesale adoption. Okay. Motion's been made, seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right, opposed? None? All right, moving on. Thank you.
That was for the calling the question. If you're gonna vote on calling the question, then you go back to the motion and vote on the motion.
Okay, all right, we're calling, so there's the motion. Thank you. That's where I was getting a little confused. So we have called the question. All in favor of the underlying motion to adopt RP 13 as presented, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
No. Okay. Seeing, all right, passes as presented. And let's take a break here. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I wanted to add one thing. This was something that me and Senator Blue spoke about yesterday on this, and it made me think of it when we were talking about changing the first sentence and having staff. I think just formally, it's how it would be done in the legislature a lot, and I'll make a motion to give staff and legal leeway to making edits to the documents as they go, to follow the process that does not change the substance or intent of this board, but does clean up. That way we don't have to keep flagging them all throughout. We allow that to be done. I know that you probably have that leeway anyways, but I think it's just smart for our board to make the motion and have a record of the motion that it was going on.
So would you like to make a motion?
That was my really long-winded motion of saying, give staff leeway to make changes.
Okay, so there's been a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Jack?
So doesn't that just make it essentially do what you want to do? I mean, it's allowed to
Okay,
make
hold
changes.
on, let him talk.
Right?
Let him talk, please.
Isn't that allowing the office to make any changes they want? And by having this motion, we've just allowed them to make any changes they want.
Hold on, but you do understand that this task force is advisory in nature anyway. And in the end, the responsibility for making this, unfortunately, falls directly on my position. So I'm trying to be as open as possible and take all the feedback we can, but I understand, just like you do, that we're going to end up in situations where we have to wordsmith this or that. So the reality is, though I'm not going to do it, yeah, okay, sorry, Kylie. Okay,
You said precisely that.
okay, thank you. Senator Blue?
Thank you. I just want to say, we do this all the time because what we do, and if it were to change in nature, so we're talking grammatical errors, we're talking all the way down to whenever there's childcare is one word or two. Those are things that only can be done, and if it is done, and that what we do is we say we move to allow leeway for revisers to make technical changes. And the word technical is what is important in this motion.
Well, yeah.
Or did you want to speak to it? I'm
No,
sorry.
the only thing I was gonna add was, that was why in the motion I said nothing of substantive or intent would be altered. Because then it can't change what our substance or our intent is in the language.
I think that motion is just us officially recognizing, we acknowledge that we are tasked as an advisory, and we support that.
Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Let's, I owe you guys a break, and I know that. So, question time, folks. We're at 11, coming on 11:20. Okay, so let's come back at 11:30 and we'll plow into fireworks and explosives. Thank you.
Just so you all know, my no vote on the last one was because I planned to make a substitute motion to table that until we discussed our process. So I was not necessarily wholly opposed to what you're looking to do to clean that up. I just thought I thought that was matched up a little better, so.
Okay, sorry.
Well, that was mainly from Molly and Amanda.
You should know that all you have, they're very insensitive.
Emotions on the sleeve, you know, that deal with difficult people much.
11, wait,
10 minutes.
10 minutes, I guess.
11:30.
Oh, I didn't know, he said about lunch.
Yeah, he was one of the process. Enough of us.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, we just right on. You got sugar.
I wanna go home.
You're a lawyer.
I know, I can walk down the
Sure, we're still fair game.
Let's see.
Just to continue the reason.
What did you do? Yeah, like a screwdriver for a year and a half, and I didn't care. What it goes, I don't know what it is, I knew what an IPC was. And you're like, oh, yeah, I was like, that's what happens. And you, I was like, should have what you were doing before we didn't have to live on it. I was saying, what if it's done? IPCs. There's an image, just did it. And she was like, oh, and then I was like, I was like, but I only knew through that whole process that I don't get it. So I was like, as soon as you guys, please, she didn't remember.
Thanks, Stace. I don't know where we did that, but we'll try.
I got it.
You know what's that?
We don't trust you to fix it with Wally.
Oh, I don't push buttons. Come on up here, Ralph, let me push more buttons.
Don't use the handcuffs.
Let me give you something to fix over here.
No, the red button right there.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Hang up.
We actually turned the camera. See if it works.
Just press those two.
Yeah. Are we connected, Wally? You fine?
Yeah. So explosives, first thing out of that, explosives are allowed on all college campuses.
Can I make a motion?
This is advisory, remember? Actually see some of them. Stupid kids. Yeah.
I will, just for the task force, for information, there is a reason that we left Wally for last. But yeah, Wally has been with this agency forever. He is the guy who can look at a fire and tell you exactly how it started, where it came from, in about 5 seconds flat. So he is a subject expert in this area on fireworks and explosives. And so feel free to ask him any question you want about any firework you've ever had or any sort of thing.
I will tell you up front, I am not a code person. I was just chit chatting with these human beings over here. I am not a code person. I'm a double policeman, and I've been that way for a very long time. So I know what statutes are, but I don't play in the code very often. So I would put that out there up front. And like Molly did earlier, this is a 21-page document on this thing. And I think of those 21 pages, 18 of them are all changes. We're changing very, very, very little in what we do with fireworks and explosives. This is really loud. But we've taken all the statutes that have to do anything with fireworks and explosives, all the NFPA codes, all the rules and regs, and we put it into one document. So if you want to shoot fireworks, the 1.3, the Disneyland type big show fireworks, you don't have to look in one NFPA document to know how to store it. And then you don't have to look in another NFPA document to how to shoot it. And you want to shoot it over people's heads, you don't have to look in another document to shoot it over their heads or be really close to people. One document, all in one page. Well, it's going to be several pages, but one place to go and look at it all. So again, a lot of those provisions are put it all into this one here. The amendments are intended to consolidate all the existing Kansas statutory requirements, the KARs, nationally recognized technical standards into the IFC code that we're putting together here. It's not intended to substantially change current regulatory practices, but instead provide a single comprehensive code document that can be consistently applied state office, local jurisdictions, and the regulated community. And again, local communities can be more stringent. This is a baseline thing. Like I think in your jurisdiction, Chad, you have some amendments that are way above, you narrow the sell dates down and things like that. Local jurisdictions can do that and go from there. Talks about fireworks. There are 2 different types of fireworks, and this is not within the thing, but there's 1.4 fireworks, which you can buy at the firecracker stand. So if it talks about 1.4 G, that's firecracker stand fireworks. And then it gets into 1.3 fireworks. That'd be like a big show, like Disneyland type, go up in the air and make big, big booms. And those people that do those have to be licensed, have to have specific training and things like that. So fireworks by themselves are not a single overall thing. There are 2 different types. Firecracker stand fireworks, 1.4, and then the big stuff, 1.3. So that's kind of a real quick, I know we want to get out of here, but that's the real quick on the difference between fireworks and those and things like that. We've talked about that, and I don't know how deep you guys want me to get into this, but again, we've not substantially changed these hardly at all.
Wally, maybe it would be helpful to talk through some of the changes we have made, such as 501.132. Part 5601.1.3.2. Because that is a change.
That is 506.1 to 1.
5601.1, which is
Adult
adult supervision.
So one of the things that we're added in here is no person less than 16 years of age shall purchase, possess, or use a firework unless they are under the direct supervision of an adult. That would be consumer fireworks or the firecracker stand fireworks. That is one change to be put in there. Another one is under 5601.2.1. This is, so we have worked with the fireworks industry, the explosives industry, our federal partners at the ATF, and one of the ones that we're adding in there because it just makes a lot of sense. The denial, suspension, or revocation of permits or licenses. So we're going to be talking about shooting the big stuff. If Chad wants to go and do a fireworks show, he has to be licensed. But Chad's not a nice guy, and he just recently beat his wife, and he now has a order against him. Well, his license is going to be suspended until that comes over because those type of fireworks can be used in a nefarious way, believe it or not. We've seen it a lot. So his ability to have the 1.3 fireworks is going to be taken away until that's resolved because we've seen it. I've seen a 3-inch shell from real, it shows it was lit, thrown into a mobile home, and it blew the lift off of this mobile home, killed a person. So that's a change in there.
Wally,
Sir.
let me just real quick stop you. Senator, did you have something you wanted to say at this point?
I have questions about what's already been discussed.
Okay,
Am I
go
allowed
ahead.
to ask them?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm one where I'm struggling with 5601.132, legal supervision. So first off, this is a regulation, it's not a law. So can you help me understand, I'm 14 and I go to the fireworks stand to go buy fireworks. I'm breaking a regulation if I get sold it, right? But I'm not breaking the law. So liability, when do the police come in? How are you guys gonna enforce that? I'm kind of curious how that works.
So, and Robert, help me out, but any violation of the state fire code is a misdemeanor by state law. In addition, there's potential civil penalties, but this would basically, it would be a misdemeanor violation. But that's true of every single thing that every single violation in this document we've been through is, I'm sorry, so Robert?
So Senator brings up an interesting collateral question that the Fire Marshal's Office has authority to adopt rules and regs for the Kansas Fireworks Act that's separate from its fire prevention code, rules and regs adoption authority. So a question I'm going to have, and I'm not going to answer it now, is whether the fact that those authorities exist separately, fireworks regulations could be adopted as part of the fire prevention code.
Okay.
Because if that my inclination is right now no, but I want to look at it closely, and if they can't, then getting to the senator's question, that's those penalty provisions that apply to fire code violations wouldn't carry over here. But I've got to get to that root question. I don't know the answer off the top of my head.
So I believe that it's the same penalties in the Fireworks Act.
Which I'm looking at now,
Yeah.
I'm going to keep reading, but
Okay.
just that foundational question will make it hard to answer specifically
Sure.
your question.
And
Danielle.
a misdemeanor for whom? Would it be the person trying to purchase the firework or the person selling the firework? Or both?
Potentially both,
I would say potentially both because
or
me as a 13-year-old buying fireworks from Chad at his firecracker stand, I'm breaking the law because I'm 13,
Yeah.
but Chad's breaking it as well because he's selling it to me.
And I would say, let me just, the age, we looked at what surrounding states kind of, and other states do, just to kind of get an idea. But, I'm there and a 6-year-old comes in by himself and he's out counting out his coins, buying fireworks, and is completely unaccompanied by any adult, and so under current statutes, that, the regulations, that's fine. So, Robert, go ahead.
I'll just note on that penalty question, KSA 31510, which is part of the Fireworks Act, deems violations of the Fireworks Act with as subject to civil penalties.
Okay.
So if regulations are adopted pursuant to that, I don't know, based on this reading, that there could be any sort of criminal penalty attached to it. It doesn't violate some other law. Currently violation of this act, it looks like it's limited to civil penalty.
So we would need to put, if we wanted a criminal penalty, we would need to include that as part of the, well, I'm gonna call it the IFC, but as part of the Kansas code that we're building.
Like, you can't create criminal penalties where the underlying statutory authority does not.
But is this code not gonna be adopted by the legislature?
Especially if that's ratified, but what the authority under the legislation was to adopt the fire code. The question is, I mean, this isn't part of the 2024 IFC that's listed there. And I understand, I think it's the underlying authority question I was raising earlier, whether it could be incorporated in that or not. That's, I hadn't anticipated that wormhole until that question.
Yeah, no, okay.
Yeah, so chapter 56 of the 2024 IFC is fireworks and explosives. So that was why we moved, but I understand what you're saying, and I think there's, so I guess what I'd like us to do with that in mind going forward on this is look at the proposals and give us feedback on that process, and then we will package it in whichever way it's appropriate within.
You can dig on the authority stuff.
I have a second.
I'm sorry.
Right above that, number 8, upon any public property, roadway, or sidewalk authorized by local ordinance or resolution. On that line, I'm curious with my local government folks, is that in your ordinance? Do you grant that? Because I mean, I'm just thinking here, everybody lights them off on the sidewalks and on busy roads.
That's actually already in.
That's existing.
That's existing verbiage.
So they're not supposed to, so everyone's supposed to be doing it in the driveway.
Correct.
And they're already breaking regulation.
Sorry, break them off.
Yep. So, yeah, it's already existing in the rules. And like throwing from cars, things like that, setting it under cars, that's in statute. So, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sharon.
No, you're okay.
I was working.
Was there, okay, 5601.2.1, which are your requirements for, or when you're gonna get revoked? I guess that's when it revoked, deny, okay. So there's no age in 5601.2.1. What was the reason for the US citizenship requirement? And if you compare that to 5608.1.1.1, maybe said an extra 0.1 there. You have 21 years of age and no citizenship requirement.
So the 5601.2.1, and please Mark, tell me if I'm wrong. All of that is already current, except for number 2 and 3, which that's one of the few adding in.
The
So-
DD and the,
And that has to do with your license to possess, use explosives and the fireworks.
And so
The
that
1.3.
that aligns with federal, they also have to
Yes.
license through ATF, and so that aligns with that.
So that's, yeah, so, and I should have, that's on me, I should have said, when you get a license to possess the 1.3 big fireworks or explosives, not only do you have to have a license through us, you have to have one through the ATF as well. And this aligns with those things there about the US citizen thing you were talking about.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Jack, do you have a question?
Yes, I do, and you're probably prepared for me. Help me understand the differences between your KAR 2245 and your KAR 226. It looks like that verbiage is truly being just embedded into the code, kind of like the last discussion. What's different in those requirements than what's in the black and white fire code and the referenced NFPA documents as well as the other reference documents of the code?
So something I talked about with some of the other panel members is we're taking all of the KARs and the different NFPAs and putting it into one document. So if I want to have a fireworks show, okay, and I'm gonna go shoot 1.3 fireworks, I have to be licensed and all that other stuff and go through the training, take that test and everything else. And I want to do it. So I have to look at, and I'll probably mess it up, 1123, because I want to store it. Now I want to shoot it, so I have to follow 1123 or 24, and then I want to shoot it near people. Now I have to look at 1125. All of those NFPAs and the KARs, all of that are being put into this one document. So if I want to go have that show and do that kind of stuff, it's all going to be here in this new fire code, rather than having to look up these different NFPAs and KARs to do it. I think I gotta help me out there. You got a copy, Mary Ann?
Nope.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Tied with that, 5601 1.3 ends with such activity shall comply with chapter 56, 1123, 1124, et cetera. It also says CPSC regulations, DOT regulations, ATF requirements. Those last three are just vague. Are the specific CPSC, DOT, and ATF requirements that apply all specifically referenced in the 20 pages that follow?
The
Otherwise,
CPSC
that
would
doesn't
be
mean anything.
the Consumer Product Safety Code. They actually regulate the weight of a firework at a firecracker stand. Then there's rules that the ATF has in regards to 1.3 and explosives. So those are our federal partners that you have to follow their rules as well.
So in response, Robert, yes, you have
So any
it's
of
a good
those
question
that
and good
apply
issue
are specifically
that we need
referenced
to,
elsewhere.
yeah, we would need to look at that.
Okay, good deal.
I can't say for sure.
I just want to make sure
That's,
that that's getting to the practitioner's point, can narrow that down.
yes,
Yep.
yes. Jack, did you have another question?
And I got two questions. One, going to that question that you just brought up. 5601.1.3, as I understand it, in the code is totally deleted and you're replacing it with this. So what he referenced as exception number 4 is not in this document. Am I correct?
Exception number 4 to what?
5601.1.3. There is 4 exceptions to that requirement, and we are we are replacing what's in the body of the code with what we see here in red. Am I correct?
Hold on a second, so you bring that. That's correct.
So we're losing those exceptions that you just talked about, and it's not covered. I didn't see it covered anywhere in here. So my next question.
Well, Jack, can I just tell them what you're talking about? I pulled up the IFC also. So as listed in the IFC, 5601.1.3 says possession, manufacture, storage, sale, handling, and use of fireworks are prohibited. Exceptions, then it lists 4. Storage and handling as allowed in 5604. Manufacture assembly is allowed in 5605, et cetera. So that right now it's a single sentence with 4 exceptions, and this paragraph replaces that sentence with 4 exceptions.
Yeah, so as it's written in there, it's a prohibition on all explosives and fireworks with 4 exceptions. And instead of that, what we've done is a permissive rather than a prohibitive.
But it is
Throughout
substitution language.
It
to
is.
answer the initial question. Okay, good.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that's the way I read it as well. I just want to make sure we're clear on that. So the next question, these are pretty stringent, like you were talking about. You're not allowed to actually do it in your backyard. You can't go buy a bunch of fireworks and put on a decent display.
Which type of firework?
You can.
1.3.
So
1.4.
1.4 is what you buy at the firecracker stand.
Yeah.
You want to shoot that in your backyard, go for it. I don't care.
Okay.
1.3, no.
So
Unless you get we have private individuals.
That's true. Let me rephrase that. You can do that,
But you gotta follow what the rules say as far how close to other houses, where you're storing it, businesses, how close you are to roads, any local amendments, restrictions they may have, and those kind of things. So if you wanna shoot a 1.3 big fire, a Disneyland fireworks show, there are rules that you have to follow to do that. A firecracker stand, fireworks show, go for it all day long. So some of the ones that I'm almost for sure were bought at the local firecracker stand, at least in Spring Hill. They're as good as what you saw at Disney World.
Yep.
So how does the public know whether they're buying a 1.3 or a 1.4 to know whether they even need?
They can't.
So
Let's hold on, guys.
there, to answer Jack's question, anybody who sells consumer fireworks, firecracker stand fireworks, must buy them, purchase them from a licensed Kansas distributor. One of the other things we go through. That Kansas licensed distributor has been checked through our office and vetted by us as well as the ATF. For instance, bottle rockets are illegal in Kansas. So those distributors know that they cannot, or that they should not have bottle rockets sold in somebody's packages. Sometimes it slips through individually with those companies, but that distributor has to be in our office and follow those rules and regulations that are in Kansas. Now, our federal partners at the Consumer Product Safety Commission and the ATF, they are very heavily regulated because we only have a few in Kansas, distributors in Kansas. So one of the closest ones here, I would go to Missouri and buy fireworks to sell at my firecracker stand in Topeka. But that company in Missouri has to be licensed by Kansas to sell those type of fireworks. So did that, I mean, did that answer you?
Yeah, I mean, what that tells me is we're probably seeing stuff in our backyards, if you would, that are not code compliant. I mean, bottle rockets alone, there's a boatload of them. And if the city, if Spring Hill allows that kind of stuff, that is, it's less stringent than what the state code is, so they physically cannot do that. Am I reading the code right?
On that, because we have state statute that for the state fire code, and those two carve-outs are that local municipalities have total control over zoning. They also have complete control over the prohibition and within their communities.
Okay. So they can do whatever they want.
Tell you that you can't have a single firework at all.
For instance,
Or they can
Kansas
say
City.
you can have plastic.
No.
Yeah.
We can only be more restrictive, not less restrictive.
Well, that was my question. You said there's a I'm confused.
I thought the same was on your end.
So they can't legalize something that state law otherwise says you can't do, prohibits. But within that, they can go further and they can prohibit fireworks altogether in there if they want. They can say they can only be sold one day a year. The only ones you can sell are the little poppers. They have complete control of those areas.
But when you said complete control, you meant as long as they don't go less safe than the state.
Yeah, we could allow. the
I mean, that
bottle
would make
rockets.
sense, I just.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
And these are, now we're getting into kind of an issue of, because some of this is state law. I don't have any control over whether people have bottle rockets. Can't. It's a state law that the state legislature has adopted, right? So we're all beholden to that. When we get down into some of these other issues, it's where the code issues is where they have more latitude.
Yeah, how many days do you want to shoot?
When you described the carve outs, could you just restate that? You said there were two carve outs, and that's where I got.
If there's an explicit prohibition in a statute that a municipality cannot do something, and the example would be there's a state statute that says we can't regulate end consumer energy users, which limits what we can do for propane. We also generally can't be less restrictive than state law, but we can be more restrictive than state law. And an example would be, since I'm familiar with it, marijuana. Wichita can't make marijuana legal. Wichita can choose not to enforce marijuana as an ordinance, but we can't say it's legal for you to have marijuana in Wichita, even though I had tried to make that happen.
Yes, and then there was a court case in it all.
Oh yeah, the court case and I lost. But
It wasn't you, come on.
oh no, it was me. No, it was me.
She lost all.
But anyway, those are really the two card out. But a express preemption, which is the state statutes that say cities, you cannot do X. And then just a police power limitation that we can't be less restrictive than state law.
Like the sale of fireworks, you can only, the legislature expanded those in a last session before, I can't remember, expanded the sale dates. You can sell fireworks between these dates here, June 20th to July 5th, I believe. Kansas City has a local code. You can't buy fireworks in Kansas City except for July 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, period. So we don't enforce that. If I go to a firecracker stand in Wyandotte County and they're selling fireworks on June 21st, and they pass my inspection, they're good to go. I cannot enforce the Kansas City thing. Does that not mean I don't call Kansas City Fire Department and say, hey, I got a firecracker stand? And then they'll come out and do whatever they can for their local stuff. But as a state police officer, I can't enforce local jurisdictional issues. I can enforce statutes or our rules of regs. Did that answer your question, Jane? Kind of muddy.
Okay, yeah, I understand the legalese that gets into a lot of this and jurisdiction.
Chad had a question, so
Chad.
I was gonna follow up on Jack. I don't know if his question is 100% answered, at least from my take. One part that I think you're asking is commercial grade fireworks, you must have a license to purchase from the distributor. Not just anybody can go purchase, because you talk about somebody in their backyard shooting off big fireworks. The only way they can legally obtain those commercial grade fireworks is by somebody having a license purchasing it. Either themselves or somebody doing it.
And they're not sold at retail fireworks stands.
So,
They cannot.
so Jack, say you want to go buy, you want to do a a fireworks show of the big stuff, Disneyland fireworks, okay? You have to be licensed by us, you have to be licensed by the ATF. If you're gonna shoot them on Saturday, but you want to buy them on Wednesday, now you have to have a license and a magazine to store them in and be licensed by us and the ATF and have inspections on your magazine to make sure it would work. But when you go to the Will Fireworks show, store to buy them, you have to show your ATF license, you have to show your Kansas license before Will can sell you those fireworks. That make sense? On the big stuff. 1.4, different world. The big stuff, we consider them explosive, how dangerous they can be used for.
Well, and that was my concern, because I think they're happening, at least in Spring Hill, they appear to be happening. When it rattles your window.
It happens
It's
everywhere.
probably, so is that because a jurisdiction is probably allowing it and don't know they're allowing it?
So some of them
Looking the other
actually,
way.
so I'll get you, Chad. Some of those, they are legal. They are 1.4s. They're legal. They're just,
By a licensed guy.
they're totally legal, and they're legally purchased at the firecracker stand. And they go, now the CPSC regulates the weight of that. So if you call me and you're complaining, hey, I'm here at Spring Hill and these guys are shooting those off, and I go and talk to Will Lawrence. Will says, oh, I bought them over here at Chad's firecracker stand. Well, I'll go to Chad's firecracker stand and maybe get one, and I'll send it to the CPSC and check. And if it's illegal, too much weight, they address it on the federal side from where they got that from. It's a long process takes about a year. Unfortunately, we do it a couple times a year. It's a long process, but that's how that would be addressed. And then that distributor would get in trouble federally for making hot fireworks that are technically legal.
And if you saw this year, there were 2 substantial recalls.
Yes. For overweighted.
For overweight fireworks that may or may not involve a Kansas company, so.
A large Kansas company.
So back to my question.
Well, hold on.
Oh, no.
Okay.
And Chad was before you.
Oh, and Chad was, I'm sorry, Chad.
I was just gonna follow up with that and saying, you know, the fireworks industry, that can be a little sneaky, because some of this stuff you can buy consumer is essentially what you're talking about, commercial grade, but in order to keep it underweight, they just don't have as much projectile in it, so it's exact, so in a sense, it's the same firework, it's just not going as high before it detonates.
Correct.
Which is actually more of a problem. But they're within their parameters and they pull it off. And that's how you're seeing these 1-inch shells in your back. Damn impressive. Because they're starting.
Yeah, they're like within half a gram of being too much.
Well, I appreciate the
Yeah.
conversation. I think I want to try to bring us back to, because we could, hey, Wally, we can even set it up if you want. I'd be happy to do that. That's fun.
I was just telling you, after this meeting, I just see some illegal fireworks. They're not fireworks, it's homemade explosives, and they're big. Big.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, so, and we were
Go do a
talking about
test.
that. We seized 75 pounds of explosives out of a house in Salina this spring.
Yeah, just a
So
couple months ago.
we get that. So, but I want to, if I can bring us all kind of back to the Appendix A and questions about that, I'd really appreciate it. Jack, you have a question?
So back to my question, of the 18 pages of stuff that's getting added, how much of it is different? And whether that different is more restrictive or less restrictive than what's in the code, because there's a lot in the code. And by adding another 18 pages, I won't say we'll double it, but we'll get pretty close to it. So I'm just, once again, same comment as last time, I'm concerned that we're creating confusion.
It's consolidating. It's taking KARs, several of those. It's in the NFPA code 1123, 24, 25, 26, 27, NFPA 495, which is the Kansas version of 495, and it's taking all of that and putting it into these, so we don't have to have the other ones anymore. One place to go and look at what you want to do with fireworks and or explosives, rather than all the other things.
Any other questions for Wally? Go ahead, Tyler.
Are there any differences from what the base has been in all of those NFPAs and the KARs to what's in here?
So what I was, that adult supervision was probably the most significant one that was added. As Wally mentioned, the having a felony or being convicted of
state buildings.
Oh, thank you. So it's been kind of unclear. Obviously, local jurisdictions do permits and look at fireworks in your municipalities and make sure that the offsets are correct and everything else. It's been unclear in code that our office is the authority having jurisdiction for state facilities. So we just want to make sure that is clear. So there are some additional portions in here, just making it clear that any use of fireworks on state property has permitted by our agency, so that we're looking through and ensuring that. And we're already in practice doing that at, for example, KU and K-State. But that just puts that in. So that's something that would be additional also. It just applies to state property.
And to muddy water even more, in 5610, we've referenced chapter 7 of the 2006 edition of NFPA 1124,
because they took that out. The industry actually wanted to keep that in. So that's being kept in by reference at the request of the fireworks industry.
Oh, sorry, okay.
I've
Danielle,
got a super small grammatical thing.
Sure.
Just put on radar. 5605-2-1. Has some language in there related to kind of hazardous material management. That should be prepared and submitted to your office, local emergency planning committee, the local fire official, and the local fire chief, department, Don't, just clean that.
Yep.
Get out.
we will take care of that. Thank you.
Yep.
It-
Well, you can add value to this conversation.
Yes. Yeah. That was very valuable.
Yeah, thank you.
More discussion? Or more questions? I'm sorry. Questions for Wally? Kylie?
So when you guys have had the conversations with the fireworks industry, they were happy with what you did.
The industry liked this document because they also have to look through several different manuals and things like that. They liked it, that was gonna be one document. And again, there were no substantial changes that they were against. So kind of what I heard you say is that we will be able to take this section of our code that we're writing, all this red, and that whole section, 506, and not have to go reference any NFPA documents. Short of the one reference of the 2006 version, I can't remember which one it was. That's the only one I remember that we referenced back to.
There are a few places in here where it does, right? So for example, 5608.2A.1 talks about a detailed site plan meeting the requirements of NFPA 1123 Chapter 5.
Okay.
So there are a few, but and those are ones just kind of like we said before, that are lengthier, right? It would bog down. We're trying not to put too much in. And so there are a few of those, but for the most part, we have tried to consolidate as much as possible.
Mark, Senator Blue has.
Oh, I apologize.
Sorry. Yeah.
Senator Blue.
Thank you. And I have a question, and it may be, and Chad maybe will be able to answer it. So here's my question. So like the city of Great Bend, they required all buildings that are gonna sell fireworks, which we only have 2 in city limits, to have fire sprinklers. This is a couple of years ago, okay? And what are the odds that there's one that's half a mile outside of town, one of the same owners who doesn't have to have fire sprinklers? Okay. So my question is, they did that because they sell, this is before the new law came in that allowed that you could have permanent fire sales. My question is, what's the difference? I mean, and I don't know when you start getting inventory for fireworks, if you get it week before, or if fireworks, they're storing fireworks. Makes it different that you're storing fireworks possibly all year long because somebody's in it, or you didn't sell out compared to selling fireworks just for those 3 weeks.
So the storage of 1.4, what you would buy at a firecracker stand, we don't regulate. If you want to store those in your house, we don't regulate that. Now, the sale of fireworks out of buildings that you were talking about, that falls under amendment.
And that is something that our agency has been, as we kind of talked about, as we've seen more movement from tents into buildings, that's something we have not kept up with and something that we're working to address. So the building that you spent a mile or a block outside, depending on when it was constructed, it just may not be on our radar, or if that area falls under our office to enforce that. We are looking at that. In the past, all of our inspection fireworks stands have been from a explosives side. portion, not the building structure itself. So we are dipping our toe into that, and it'll be interesting to see what we find.
The code does require sprinklers in those buildings.
Yes. I mean,
Most.
being general, right? Size, there's been a bunch of,
Size,
not
there are some
specifically.
exceptions.
There's rules and things, again, I'm not a code guy, I don't know those things. If I go to a building, if Chad's selling fireworks at KU in one of the classrooms, I inspect it, everything's legal and good to go. I say, here you go, you're good to go, and then I call the man and said, hey, you wanna go talk to Chad, because he's selling fireworks out of the building. And Chad's gonna have a whole different, he's mean.
I mean, and the code is more concerned relative to buildings and tents. The code is concerned with where you're bringing public into the area more so than business storing, et cetera.
Life safety.
Public life safety.
Wally, why in 561093 are we specifically calling out that H3 occupancies have to be extra hazard group 1, as opposed to relying on, I believe it's 903, 251, 252, that basically you leave it up to 13 and let the design professional handle it. What's
56
driving us to say ordinary group 1 or ordinary group 2 or extra 1 or extra 2?
Which code, 5610?
5610, the very last section of your document. Well, not 1093. It's a brand new section that is being added to 56.
And we actually, if I may, we actually addressed this same question in the fire sprinkler portion.
We talked
We
about
talked
it, I
about
don't think I got an answer. What's the justification? Why we are
I
saying?
believe we did give you an answer, and I'm going to
I think
repeat
the
that
mayor's got
answer. I'm gonna repeat that answer, is that we went out and we looked at, so that we could be consistent. We looked at what other states that have permanent sales are doing. We looked at what their experiences were, and we chose to make that decision to be consistent across the state of Kansas. That those facilities have to license, register with us before they can operate. So we're putting in place our requirements for them to operate.
So I think that's under the permanent fireworks retail sales section, and there are no.
Go ahead.
I can speak to just NFPA 1124. It does have specific requirements in there, specifically in terms of fireworks storage, depending on which fireworks are stored within a building. It's either going to be an ordinary 2 occupancy or an extra hazard group 1. We took that information and then compared it across multiple states. And in order to provide that consistency, we called them all extra hazard group 1 occupancies.
You have a question or a comment?
Question.
Okay, go ahead.
203.6.5 says a category group 1B flammable gases that have certain velocities is an H3. I'm not sure that ordinary group 1 is adequate for that group H3 occupancy. And by making this statement, we're saying it's all H3s to have that density.
For
Any
permanent,
H3.
no, for permanent fireworks sales, unless you're looking at something that we're talking about fireworks, right?
Well, it says throughout buildings containing H3 occupancies. It doesn't say H3 fireworks occupancies.
It does say used as permanent firework retail sales location.
Correct.
Yeah.
It does say that.
This is very specific to those in which, in fact, we don't even have.
We don't even have any.
But we want to make sure that's in place so it's understood what the requirement will be when the design professional looks at that and starts doing that design. Because what we found is it's kind of it's a gray area, and folks were asking us what is required. So we went in and did the research to make sure we had that for them. Sure.
We can entertain a motion.
Yes, entertain a motion.
I move that we accept the changes in RP 14 with one small modification, 5610.8, seasonal fireworks retail sales. Seasonal sales of CRFS are authorized annually between June 20th and July 7th, or as otherwise authorized by Kansas statutes. And then if they do something different later, you would still be in compliance without having to come in and re-amend this.
I'll second that motion.
All right, motion and a second. Any discussion?
I have a quick question. Should we list the statute that we, should we just be more, whatever the actual statute number is, put that in versus just saying Kansas statutes?
You could do both as controlled by list of statutes or any other applicable statute. It covers both grounds, but gives the specificity that we're talking about.
Okay, I just wanted to double check.
No, good question.
And that amendment is fine. I don't know what it is, but if staff could look up the statute and plug it in there, that'd be great.
So it's in 5610.8. And what it says is seasonal sales of CRFS, which is consumer retail fireworks sales, is authorized annually between June 20th and July 7th. And those dates are actually set by that statute. So, and then what the amendment is, or is otherwise by state statute.
Yeah, authorized by
state statute.
Kansas statutes.
Will wordsmith it.
Yeah.
Or
with
Robert
statute
will.
number.
One of these folks will. I'm on it. Yeah, should have had a revisor sitting here. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Are we on discussion? Was it seconded and are we on discussion now?
We are on discussion. Yep.
Okay, I just want to say sorry, can I be recognized?
Yeah, oh yeah, you are.
Okay, I just have some heartburn over the adult supervision. I think that needs to be state statute, not in fire code. And so I just include, but I just have some heartburn over that, and I'd like to have discussion with the task force over that, if other people have discussion on it.
Go ahead, Robert.
Thank you. I'm inclined to agree in part. Most of the fireworks act is about sales and the retail and production of retail storage rather than individual use. With the exception being bottle rockets specifically addresses individual use. So since they're specific there, getting into other areas of use like age might be kind of maybe beyond the bounds of your current statutory authority.
Okay.
So I think I agree with the senator that probably would be best as a statute.
Is that a friendly amendment?
I don't like that amendment, but I will accept that amendment. That 5601.1.3.2 be removed from these revisions.
And that's something we can look at in the final report of this this group too, if that's within scope.
That falls within the EO. Those are future changes
Okay.
and safety issues.
So that's something I will just speak very quickly, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. It's very difficult for us when we get the fireworks injury reports and the number of children. And I want to say the youngest was less than a year old this year that was brought into a hospital with fireworks injuries, right? So, we have another one that a lot of these are life-changing injuries where, we have a 6-year-old blinded, burned and blinded, and, so it's just very difficult for us to.
I have permanent hearing damage from a firework when I was 9. About 30% of my right ear. I 100% get it.
Yep.
But I agree with the senator's authority concerns.
And we did, and just so you background, we originally, and I think I mentioned it in open burning, it talked about banning any open burning during a red flag warning. And that was the feedback we got from the local fire marshals, was they thought that would get better served as a state statute than in there. So that was something that we would probably, discuss further at the time. Okay, so the motion now removes 5601.1.3.2 in addition to the amendments to, oh my goodness. I need those little
Sale dates.
sticker things.
The sale dates.
5610 point. Is there further discussion?
I just have one more. It's just, I will be abstaining and like it noted in the record, due to 561093.
Okay, we have that in the minutes. Thank you. And I appreciate you being diligent about that. Yeah. All right, any further discussion?
Just one quick clarification. This document, just like the last one we just talked about, references state fire marshal in many locations as opposed to state fire code official. Is that really the intent, or should it be?
So a lot of that has to go with the explosive side of the house, where we've had local jurisdictions wanting sprinkler systems inside explosives magazines. That's bad, bad, bad. Some of this stuff has contact with water, makes it way, way, way worse. And nothing against them. They're trying to do the right thing, but they don't know about explosives. And so that's, and again, a lot of it comes back to, that was copied over, for lack of a better term, from the current code.
So it's not changing.
No,
No.
this is not taking anything away this is a continuation of our current operations.
So the point is the word state fire marshal change into fire code official?
No.
No.
In this realm, when we're talking explosives, it's a little bit more restricted. So, any other question on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Wally. All right, so I believe we have one item on the table that we did not. Go
I have
ahead.
one question before we get to RP1. I have to leave about 6 minutes. And earlier we talked about potential future meetings September 2nd. If there's any flexibility on that, I'll be out of town that day. We'd love to participate if I can. So just whenever you get to scheduling, if you could factor that in. If it's not, again, delay or RP1.
Yeah, September was very difficult for us because of state fair and a number of different
And
things.
if I can't, just one for another before the discussion goes before I have to leave.
Is there any leeway in that week?
After, yes.
Like September 3rd?
Yep.
Okay, we will make a note of that and take a look and see what we can do.
Appreciate it.
I think that was the big problem. It's just as we got into that state fair,
It's one of the hardest months to schedule an interview.
all hands on deck for our, folks.
And if you could let the group know as soon as
Oh, yes.
that changes,
Yeah.
yeah.
And you guys have been great about that.
Some of us just have
because-
to take care for dogs and stuff, we have to kind of work together. For the dog, oh, I can bring my dog. Have lots of fun.
Unfortunately, I understand what you're talking about.
Kids
yeah,
swing by,
yeah.
he's good, but dogs.
So I believe, do we need a motion to remove table and on RP1? If that's the last, or is it just automatically?
It was able to come back up.
Well, I think you have to,
I mean,
Make
it
the
come
motion.
It ought to have come back up yesterday, but if you want to.
because we didn't put a date certain.
This committee has actually officially adopted any prevailing rules. So if you want a motion, someone could make it if you want to document it.
You know what, we'll just get a,
The motion was to table it till the end, so.
it did say to the end, we are hopefully at the end, unless you have too much of amendments you want to vote. Okay, well, let's bring up then RP01, please. And could you look back in the minutes and see where we left that? I honestly,
Larry amended the motion.
so what was the motion?
So the original motion was to adopt Appendix A,
Okay,
which had, was brought up by Chad, and Kylie seconded that.
okay,
And then, Jake's one that motion to table insurance.
Okay, so we're on the original motion then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
If I recall, the discussion we were having was trying to make one substitute motion to include all the amendments, and that's when it was getting a little, instead of having a bunch of separate ones.
all right. So has anyone given some thought to that in the last few days as to what we should do on this? Is there, so any discussion?
I guess I have a substitute motion.
Okay,
I would ask that Appendix A be approved with the following changes. 102.4.25 be deleted. I think that conflicts with 31133C regarding your authority.
Okay.
And changing 106.4 regarding the retention of documents, have it read, one copy of documents submitted shall be retained by the fire code official according to the Kansas State Historical Society retention guidelines. CORA does a lot of fun things, but it does not regulate the retention of documents.
And I could just add it to also reference the Kansas Records Retention Annex
Yes, we do that.
along with.
and if that's one of those ones we can give us some latitude, we'll just make sure that to make that. Okay. And was there anything else?
That's it. That's my motion.
So 102.4.2,
Number 5. And I can explain my concerns about that.
please.
Other factors and conditions, I think, gives your office a lot of discretion. I think if you look at 31133C, some limitations. It sort of provides some limitations on what that authority is, and that is.
So is that,
133, sorry.
is it 133 and then subsection C, or is that actually
B is in boy.
subsection B of KSA 31-130?
No, you're right, it's C, I'm so sorry.
But-
KSA 31133C,
Okay,
which,
and this gets a little confusing because we have in that,
Yeah.
they numbered like A and some different things as part. So are you talking about, 31-133, that statute, and then are you looking at subpart,
yes, subsection C, and
subsection C?
I can read it. The rules and regulations adopted pursuant to this section shall allow facilities in service prior to the effective date of such rules and regulations and not in strict conformity thereof to continue in service so long as these facilities are not determined by the state fire marshal to constitute a distinct hazard to life or property. And it's my opinion that subsection 5 expands that, and you have the appropriate language in 102.4.1, the last sentence. But I believe that 5 expands it greater than what's in the statute.
I don't think
I don't have any issue with that.
Okay, I'm just-
Okay, I just didn't understand, so
It's
thank you.
It's a local thing,
No, it's good.
but I don't know that there's a second.
One second.
Is that a friendly amendment?
Yes,
Oh, I didn't realize you seconded it. Okay.
yes.
I've also got a question, 106.1 I believe it is 5 in the document, it's for the submission and authority.
Can you say that again, hold
Yeah, 106.1.4 is how it's listed originally, I think it's gonna
Supposed to be
transition into
Okay.
0.5. here it is. The third kind of paragraph down, it talks about the local reviewing authority acting pursuant to the memorandum of understanding of this section shall review submitted documents for compliance with this code on behalf of the state fire marshal. I would argue if we apply something more strict, we're not holding them to this code, we're holding them to our code. So I didn't be having jurisdiction or some kind of wordsmithing related
That's
to
just,
that.
I wordsmith that to include in compliance with this code and any local.
Yes.
That would be okay?
Be more,
Yes, okay, yeah.
be local more, yeah, something
Yes.
we can,
Okay.
yeah.
And that shows up in a couple of different places. That's the place I caught it, but
Sure.
Yep.
that would be great.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question on, now that we've had a chance to review the whole document, on 106.1.2, number 1, group A2 occupancies, I'm curious, have we seen, I swear I've seen 100 for it, 100 persons, and I swear I've seen 299 for the same, unless I'm off.
And I
So I'm just
believe,
kind of curious on that.
Amanda?
So the difference between that is, what we're looking at here in section 1 involves when a occupancy has to submit construction documents to our office. The 100 is based upon the fact that as an A2 occupancy with 100 persons, that's typically when that sprinkler requirement kicks in. Where you were hearing the 299 is in the sprinkler section. There is an exception there that if they have additional exiting and they install a fire alarm system with voice communications, that can be increased to 299. But we're leaving it intact at 100 to be able to capture at that construction onset, to be able to have that discussion and be able to capture, making sure that if they need a sprinkler system, that they are planning for that in advance.
Just need clarification. Thank you.
James?
So right after that, the next paragraph where it talks about buildings or facilities under the jurisdiction of the KBOR. So is that intended to mean the KBOR buildings and any other vocational schools or institutions, or is it just saying things that are under KBOR such as?
Yeah, we'll wordsmith
Okay.
that. It's intended just to deal with cable.
Only KBOR stuff, okay.
Correct? Or am I wrong?
Or,
I thought it was intended for all tech colleges, but.
I would think that's
Oh,
what you
okay.
want.
I'm sorry.
But I have, gotten language from Chad directly, he's emailed it to me.
Okay.
So we've already got that on our list to kind of wordsmith and correct that as well.
Okay, thank you, Chad.
So then, I guess just double checking my understanding of it, it would not include like a different higher ed institution that is a group B occupancy.
No, it would, that would include all buildings or facilities, which would include group B, group A, all the groups.
So, wait, sorry, so you're modifying item 2 so that it's not just the Board of Regents, it's all other institutions?
Could,
Yes?
Chad, do you have that language?
Yeah.
If you don't mind, thank you.
So my understanding is that changing it to something like this would be appropriate. Pardon me. Buildings and facilities of the state universities, municipal university, private colleges and universities, community colleges, technical colleges and institutes, and other educational facilities, public and private.
Tori? I'm sorry, Senator.
I just wanna, is number 2 just supposed to, are we trying to just make sure we're capturing anybody who receives state tax dollars? Like, I'm trying to understand the exact purpose, and I say that because, like, for instance, are we also talking about, independent colleges such as McPherson College or Sterling College? What is the ultimate goal of number 2?
So I believe the ultimate goal of number 2 is to comply with our statutory requirement that we oversee the safety of schools in Kansas. And the definition of schools is very, very broad. But I'll let Amanda specifically speak to that. She's nodding like I have the right idea.
You do
But-
have the right
But
idea.
they,
So, KSA 31-144A defines a school building as used in this act. School building means any building or structure operated or used for any purpose by or located upon the land of any school district, community college district, area vocational school, area vocational tech school, institution under the State Board of Regents, or any private or non-public college, whether or not operated for profit.
Would we not just reference that definition here? Instead of trying to
Yeah.
restate it?
It's a,
Vocational
we-
school.
it gets weird, and we have problems with that too, because, so based on that and reading it properly, do you know how many outbuildings there are at Kansas State University where cattle live and students never go? But by statute, they have to be.
Who do you think feeds those cattle? Go to those buildings, protect those cows.
Were you part of writing that?
Did I write it? No, but I bet some cows out there.
But our folks love the hike out there to take a look at the lean-to, so,
It's always out there.
yeah. Anyway, so that's where that comes from, if that was the question. Larry, you had your hand up?
Just in that same vein, does that change anything for like the private colleges? I mean, they previously already fell under the state fire marshal, right? So does this change anything?
Does not change anything.
Thank you.
The only difference between current regulation, which is KAR 22-1-7, and how this was written here, is the original KAR 22-1-7 defines the code footprint submittal for Group B occupancies that are part of these. The problem is there are a lot of other group occupancies on these by, and I'll just use the example of Allen Fieldhouse. That is located on a Board of Regents property. It's not a Group B, that is a Group A occupancy, and as our current regulations read, that wouldn't be something that would come to us for review. And since it is such a large occupancy, that is something that we need to be reviewing. So that the only difference is switching out the restriction to just the Group B portion. We want all of those buildings.
But in current practice, they have been, like if there was,
Oh, yes.
we're involved in that. So
Yes.
even though we're just trying to clean up some of that, but I think I appreciate that. We'll clean it up. Other discussion or questions? Danielle?
In, section 102.4, where it references the International Building Code, I think it would be helpful if we delineate that it's the 2024 International Building Code, since the 2024 IBC and the 2024 IFC are married. 102.4, the application of code.
One option to do that could be upfront, to have a table of all references to the following additions, except where it's otherwise specifically noted. That would cover you at the front. You may already have that written up.
Yeah,
That would address that.
it's a whole chapter.
Yeah.
But also allow for Wally's 2006 or 2007 version of that more specifically.
Yep.
I'll see you all next time.
Robert, thank you. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote on the motion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Folks,
I'd like to make it note that I abstained.
oh, yes, and the senator abstained for me. Yep. Thank you. Any final, I guess, hold on here, now I'm gonna go back to it. Back to we do have public comment on the agenda, and under our rules, members of the public are allowed to come before the group and speak for up to 5 minutes. Do we have any members of the public who would like to address the task force? Go ahead and step up to the podium there and introduce yourself.
I will try to be fast, and then we're all starving.
I will say Josiah has been a very big help on this. He's done a lot of work in the background and he gave us input on this code as it's been developed. So I appreciate you being here.
Absolutely, and thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair. So my name is Josiah Bergen. I'm one of the owners and the CEO of Heritage Fire Protection. We're a family fire protection business. One of the senator's competitors, friendly competitors. We're based out of Harvard County. And so, first of all, I just want to say thank you all for all your work and input in this. I sit on some national committees in the fire protection industry. And when I'm mentioning the whole process that's going on in Kansas, people from Florida, California, all across the country, their statement was, wow, we've never actually seen a process that gets valuable input from all the stakeholders. And so I just want to say I appreciate this process and all the time you guys are putting into this. So I want to address, I forgot my book, but it's okay, RP10. And obviously I agree with the motion that this task force passed with, and I wanted to address the two sections that were removed. And this is primarily for kind of the educational purposes of the fire marshal's office. As this code gets sliced and diced with all the additional hands and eyes that will be overseeing it over the next 6 months, I just wanted to add some additional context to why those two removals are very important. And I feel like as a subject matter expert, I have some additional value to bring. So the 5-year internal pipe assessment, I don't remember which section that is, but it's RP10 is fairly short. So, so the internal pipe assessment, and Senator Bloom mentioned this very briefly yesterday, but when we are conducting that, we conduct that with 2 other 5-year internal or 5-year requirements in NFPA 25. It's the gauge replacements and the hydrostatic test to the fire department. If we remove, and again, I know that currently as it sits, this is a non-issue, but it might get added later, and for educational purposes, I want to state this. If you were to remove that requirement, we're still showing up at the facility every 5 years, so we have the travel time. We're still putting the alarms on test. We're still sometimes draining the entire sprinkler system. We're still refilling the system, putting alarms back on test. And the important part is that hydrostatic test every 5 years, we have to pressurize the fire department connection and wait 2 hours. So in that 2 hours is when we conduct our internal pipe assessment. So if we remove that requirement, the customer's really saving very little to no money, because we still have to show up at those 5-year intervals. And so a lot of times the cost complaint gets associated to just the internal pipe assessment. The other factor is the 1% failure rate on those internal pipe assessments. I believe it's a little bit higher. But those are considered impairments for NFPA 25. So as we speak, 1%, I believe more, of buildings in the state of Kansas should be under fire watch currently right now. And so I think that from a safety perspective, it is 1% or a little bit higher, but it is an impairment, not a simple deficiency. Second point is on the fire damper qualifications. I just wanted to quickly state a couple of things. The entire conversation kind of was missing the whole point of the 706.1.1, which is addressing just the testing. So our company conducts that testing. I have a technician who's been doing it for 10 years. The testing is very simple. It is not complicated. It sometimes is difficult because of access, but the testing itself tends to not be very complicated. These certifications that were being proposed address, you have to have the knowledge on how to install, on how to test, on how to maintain, modifications. And so I think it goes way extreme above what alarm companies who've been doing this for a generation, we would no longer be allowed to do that. Secondarily, the certification programs either require you to be a union or have 2 years experience in HVAC. And so our alarm technicians, again, have been doing this testing of dampers for a generation, would no longer have the qualifications to even get those certifications. Now, I could be wrong if there's a certification out there that exists that I didn't find in my research. There's a couple other points that I'm not going to make, but at the end of the day, if the local HJ wants to make it more restrictive, they can and have that authority. So with that, I'll stand by for any questions.
Any questions for Josiah?
Oh,
Chris, go ahead.
Just to confirm, you did state that you agree with the removals we made
Correct.
in our motion and that you feel those aren't covered under current practices code.
That is correct, yes. The motion and the removal of those two, I just wanted to kind of state for educational purposes, or when those two items most likely try to be pushed back in, just for educational purposes of the fire code staff.
And I appreciate you trying to, take care of my 1%. That's just based on, we
Yeah.
said, a limited, in your experience, what percentage would you estimate?
So because we do all three together, and I'm glad you asked that, because I did research that last night. I didn't have enough time to parse every single inspection, but our 100 that we've conducted had a 36.6% deficiency rate. However, a majority of those deficiencies were the failure of the 5-year hydrostatic test. So I don't know the exact number, how much higher it is than 1%. I told my lead technician as I was driving up, I called him and said, hey, they're saying that there's a 1% failure rate. And then I was silent. He's like, that's crazy. It's way higher than that. So it's anecdotal. It's anecdotal. And you also get into the whole realm of we run into a lot of situations where our competitors are not conducting proper 5-year section of the system that is required to be taken apart every 5 years. Rusted bolts, we can tell that has not been taken apart for 20 years. And yet they pencil whipped it and said that they are. And I think your office probably runs into some of that and different discussion that we've had.
Well, thank you. Any other questions for Josiah? All right. Really appreciate your time and being here and your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Pastor.
Do any members of the task force have any final comments or before we leave? Go ahead, Danielle.
I would like to make one more request, and this is outside the scope of the RPs that we all were tasked with reviewing. But because I do have a red line version of kind of what's being proposed, I would ask that your office look at section 103.1.1, the fire code official, and 103.2 appointments. In both of those sections, there are references to the fire chief being appointed by the governing body. That does not allow the form of government that many cities are under across the state of Kansas. So I would like you all to take a look at that, remove that reference so we don't run into a form of government issue.
Yeah, but I don't believe that was intended in any way, shape, other than just was there. So thank you.
Yes, I just want to get that on the record for
We have that in
the
our notes.
minutes.
Address that.
So thank you.
All right. So I will say, just as kind of Jack, go ahead.
Will there be an opportunity to truly see all of the edits in a markup, strike out, red line, underline, however you do it, for everything?
So that was just about what I was going to say. And the answer to what you're wanting is no. What we will have, because of the process that we're in with ICC, is I will be able to furnish you, hopefully. The problem is this is a 700-page document. This has been taking down our computers in our office, right? Seriously, we've had problems. So how we're going to be able to share that with you, I'm not sure. We're going to work on it. But I want each of you to have access, if you'd like, to what is going into the regulatory process that is being that we're receiving from ICC. So we have that. We do not have what you're asking for because we have one maybe that was accurate 2-3 months ago, but there have been changes to it during that time, and not all those are tracked through ICC. Go ahead.
So I think the document I would like to see is the exact document you're given to ICC to say, here's what we want our changes to be.
So what I have to offer you at this point, what I can give you would have been isn't accurate. That it has that.
But
That
you're
was
gonna
that
go
was a
back
June.
now.
Let's stop. Let me finish before. That would be a June document. We're in where we are, right? So we're August. So what I can offer that is going to be accurate is what we are placing, and that will be what is actually created by ICC and their editors. And then now knowing that it's going to be changing. You heard from Robert as they go through this and all the different pieces of this. This is kind of a working document. But I do not have what you're asking.
Today.
I do not have what you're asking for. And we don't have it.
I understand you don't have it now, but at some point, to make the legislative document, you need to provide ICC something.
As I stated, we provided them a document in June, by June 15th. After all of our input and going through and doing this process, that kick-started the process with them. We have, since that time, have been in continual contact with them as they have been editing and formatting that document. The document that you will get today and the document that we gave them in June have many changes. So I do not have what you're asking for.
So when will something be viewable, or will it not be viewable until it's ratified and printed by ICC and we go by it?
Okay, so I can answer your question. We put this into the regulatory process in what I've heard him call ESPER, is a computer program that is owned by the campus, operated by the Kansas Secretary of State. It's fairly new, and I will tell you, I don't have a lot of experience with it. But the intent of that is to be more transparent and a regulation starts and what it is through that regulatory process. So that information would be available through the Kansas Secretary of State's office through that ESPER portal. Oh, I apologize, Senator.
Well, you're fine. I just want to say, Mark, you're not gonna like to hear this, but the legislature's probably gonna ask for your testimony to be what's being struck and what's being added. I say that because that's what we've done with the other regulations we've seen, because they want to see, like, if you're in a totally different situation, but not as like when they're raising fees, they want to know what you're going to. I'm just giving you a heads up and your staff a heads up that may be asked.
Okay. And you're thinking that way, is that kind of what I'm?
That's gonna, no, when you come to the legislature to get approval of this through the process and we're back in session. And I don't know, and it may be asked when we have our interim committee, which I believe our interim committee, I think, is to go over this document, but I don't know what they're trying to, I'm on that interim committee. I don't know what the actual purpose of it is. The new chair of it is now Representative Adam Turk.
Oh, okay.
Not Sean Tarwater. They took him off.
Okay. Chris.
Chief, for our purposes, being able to just see the entire document, I think will meet our need. We just want to make sure we've got the full context and all of that. And then, yeah, maybe a heavy lift, but I think that we can probably reasonably demonstrate to the legislature what the changes are. There will be a lot of interim changes between that, but you can basically say from here to here to here. I do want to thank everyone for the discussion too. I think we had a lot of really good discussion that resulted in a couple of changes at the end of that to the first section that will make a big difference and will resolve a lot of concerns that industry and agencies have. So thanks for that. And I do think that it was a brilliant idea to table that because a lot of the discussion on the other chapters then clarified what the intent of that was. And so I think that worked very well. I do hope we can, as we get into the process of discussion of that, we can clarify a few of those things like Chapter 11 removal, for example, and how that will be managed so that we just are able to give everyone clear policy.
Yeah, let's talk offline about that because I can show you there's some verbiage that we've already put in there to try to, so we'll talk.
Excellent, perfect. And then the last one, I do apologize, I talk a lot, so that's just me. But last one is, if you look to a move to September 3rd, that would be great for more people to respond. Okay. Me specifically.
Sounds great. All right. Well, if there's nothing else, folks, I really, really appreciate this. Look forward to working more in the future. If you have questions or concerns, please reach out to me throughout this process. Know that if I'm not being transparent enough, it's not because we're not trying to be transparent. It's just the time involved sometimes in doing that and trying to get these documents together and staff it. So thank you. All right. Oh, well, I guess we could be formal. Is there a motion to adjourn? Second, all in favor? Opposed? All right. Thank you.